Chapter 1343. The person mentioned in Levin's letter, Brando might have been puzzled before the trip to the elemental frontier, but now he knew very well that it was Amandina, the descendant of Tiamaz's husband and the two children left behind by his ex-wife. She had the blood of the Cipher royal family, and at the same time stood firmly on the side of the traditional southern forces in Abes, Ampere Seal, the dispute between the princess and the royal faction, and the subsequent Second War of the Black Roses. It could be said that she had the reputation of having both sides. Levin's letter said that she was a king who could carry the past grievances and history of the two families. Although Erewhon did not have the precedent of a queen, at this point, everyone could understand in their hearts that it was time for the ancient kingdom of Erewhon to change its traditions. Haruz was very good, but he was not suitable to be a king. Griffin and Levin each represented the forces of the south and north. As for Brando himself, first of all, he was not in the right position. He assisted Her Royal Highness Princess Griffin in governing Erewhon, and his identity was a glorious knight loyal to the orthodox bloodline of Corvado. It was because of this that he was able to gain the favor of the Highland Knight, Lantanailan, and Duke Vero. But if he took over the crown of Awin according to Haruz's wishes, then he would be a despicable usurper, and his reputation and honor would disappear. Even the original alliance in the south would fall apart because of this. Perhaps Brando could care less about his reputation and honor, but he did not want to see the South return to the state before the Battle of Ampere Seal, which could be said to be a disaster for this ancient kingdom. Haruz was simple-minded and only considered the good side of things. Brando believed that the abdication mentioned in his letter was absolutely from his sincere thoughts. But Brando also knew that people's hearts were complicated, and the nobles would never look at this issue so simply. In fact, the rise of a powerful minister alone made the traditional noble forces uneasy. A series of actions by the royal faction, starting from his diplomatic mission to Cruz, showed that the nobles of Radnor and Griffin were trying to marginalize him and weaken his trust in Princess Griffin. Therefore, they would not tolerate him ascending the throne as a prince. As for Her Royal Highness, she might be more far-sighted than her brother, but she was also faced with a difficult choice. Should she choose to believe in Brendel? Should she choose to believe in someone who had even surpassed Duke Erek's power since the time of Erek? This was not an empty threat. Brando was the Lord of Tonagel, but in fact, he controlled Radnor, Vladipaz, and most of the hilly areas in the south of Erek. He occupied almost one-sixth of Erewhon's land, and at the same time, held the most powerful military force in this ancient kingdom. To put it simply, if Brando and his forces chose to stand by and watch in the Second War of the Black Rose, then Erewhon would face even more desperate than in history. It was for this reason that Princess Griffin firmly stood on the side of the forces represented by Brando and Valhalla. Therefore, although Griffin knew the consequences of Haruz's choice, she still decisively supported her brother. On one hand, it was because Haruz was not suitable to be the king of Erewhon, and on the other hand, she handed the choice to him, wanting to see his true colors. Brando seemed to suddenly think of something. He suddenly folded Levin Ornesson Cipher's letter, opened Haruz's letter, and turned directly to the last page. As expected, he found a silver lily ornament in the lower left corner. This ornament was exactly the same as the pattern on the brooch she gave him that day. It was the personal coat of arms belonging to Her Royal Highness. At the same time, it could also prove the authenticity of this letter. If Brando took this letter to Erewhon's noble parliament, even if he could not win the support of the majority in the end, the Corvado royal family would lose its legitimacy because of this letter. Brando held these two letters, and for a moment, he felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. These were two heavy trusts, one from the eldest son of the king in the north, and the other from Her Royal Highness the Princess. In the end, Princess Griffin handed the fate of the kingdom, her and her brother's fate, without reservation in his hands. Erewhon's future might depend on his next idea. There was no doubt that the eldest son of the king in the north also deeply understood this, so he declined an opportunity in his letter. That might be the closest House Cipher had been to Erewhon's throne since they lost the favor of the Lionheart sword. But for Erewhon's future, he passed this letter to Brando through the hands of Her Royal Highness the Princess and Freya. Brando had never understood the eldest son of the king. There were very few descriptions of him in history. He only knew that this was a wise and ambitious man. He had lofty ideals and aspirations. Because of this, Brando had been carefully guarding against all the actions of the eldest son of the king for a long time. But today, Brendel suddenly understood why he had such a dream, and what his ambition was. "Do you see, Her Royal Highness, Senior, and everyone," Brando took a deep breath, and suddenly felt a little dry in his eyes, "we are not fighting alone. In places where we can't see, there are many people standing side by side with us." He looked up, and in front of him was not the gloomy hall, but the hills of Tonagel, the rivers and plains of Ampere Seal. He saw shining flags and raised swords. The knights swore in unison, "May the black pine be evergreen, may Erewhon live forever. May the ideals shine as before, may the swords shine as before." The fire of civilization was passed down in the dark wilderness, and Brando seemed to have received one of the torches. Under the trusting gaze of the two who held the torch was handed to him. He silently put away the two letters, and at that moment, he had made a decision in his heart. "Freya," he said. "What's wrong, Brando?" Freya did not quite understand why Brando suddenly became serious halfway through the letter. Could it be that there was some bad news in the letter? His Royal Highness is planning to make a move on the south? She thought about it in her heart. "Do you know why I asked you to come here?" Freya shook her head. "There are two main reasons," Brando replied. "The first is about the inheritance of your Valkyrie's mark. I know a lady who has a similar power to yours. She may know the origin of your power and teach you how to use it in battle. But about this, Miss Andrea will tell you about it in private later, so I won't go into detail here to avoid wasting time." "Miss Andrea is?" Brando turned his head and looked in the direction of the balcony. Andrea, who was standing next to Delphian, quickly waved her hand. In fact, Freya had already noticed this girl and quickly nodded to her. "What's the second reason?" Freya turned her head and asked. "The second reason is the main reason why I asked you to come here." Freya's expression turned solemn when she heard this. "The war between Erewhon and Madara has come to an end, but it is not because we defeated the undead, but because the undead are facing another war with us." Brando told her about the war between Madara and the Crystal Cluster, the threat of the Dusk to Wound, and the plan of the Queen of Madara. Freya listened carefully to his statement and showed a thoughtful expression. Then she frowned and replied, "Speaking of which, those monsters. I have heard similar rumors in Erewhon." "What?" Brando was shocked. The claws of the Dusk Dragon had already appeared in Erewhon? Freya thought for a moment and replied, "It has something to do with the people of Cruz. Since the disaster of the fallen moon, many refugees from Anzaruta have poured into the kingdom from the northern border. Some of the refugees mentioned the war in the north, and there were similar monsters in their words." The war in the north of Cruz. Brando finally understood. He remembered the words of the Queen of Madara and asked, "Are there any details about that war?" "No, it is said that the war took place in the north of the Sublime Inland Sea. Most of the refugees from Cruz in Erewhon are from Anzaruta. There are only some one-sided rumors about that war." Freya shook her head and replied, "Do you still remember Breton? The White Lion Legion took in many refugees in the north. I also heard these things from them." Brando remembered this name. 2 years ago, Breton had caused trouble for him in Bucci. It was as if in the blink of an eye, there was a layer of estrangement between him and the past. Everything about the garrison seemed to have happened a long time ago. He asked about Captain Martin's situation. After learning that he had returned to Bucci and was still the captain of the garrison, he could not help but smile. Freya continued to talk about the war in the north. Overall, the situation did not seem too good. The Wind Elves had crossed the Golden Forest and approached the north of Erewhon, as if they were guarding against something. But because the kingdom had just experienced a war, Her Highness had not had time to send out envoys. Brando thought of something and replied, "Well, at least the Wind Elves are nervous. Maybe this will make our plan easier." But Brando, Freya was not so optimistic. Regarding the alliance between Erewhon and Madara, the opinions in the kingdom are not as unified as you think. Do you still remember the question I asked you before? In Manowar, Karsuk, Viro, and Grimoires, these war-torn regions, there are many who have the same opinion. The royal faction has used this opportunity to attack you in front of Her Highness more than once. They will not be happy to see your influence in the kingdom grow. Brendel sneered. He had already expected this. They're nothing but clowns. These short-sighted fools are nothing more than scabs. Then, Freya saw that he was confident and did not try to dissuade him. In her mind, there was nothing that Brando could not do. Ever since they had fought their way out of the encirclement of Fortress Reden, she had no doubts about this. What message do you want me to bring back to Her Highness? Chapter 1344. Brando was silent for a moment. Levin Onizen's intention of letting him elect Amandina to the throne was to give the nobles of the north and the south an opportunity to sit down and discuss the future of the kingdom. Because Amandina was the lost bloodline of the Cipher royal family, once Brando proposed this proposal, the first thing he had to do was to prove the legitimacy of her succession to the throne to the Parliament of Nobles. And as a branch of the Cipher royal family, the nobles of the north also had reason to participate and witness all of this. They might even be happy to see a descendant of the Cipher royal family take over Erwin's throne. In this way, the nobles of the north and south could end the long-lasting dispute between Erwin and Oberd VII through a parliament rather than a war. Levin Onizen knew the nature of politicians. Once they sat down and began to argue, the opportunity to resort to violence would almost disappear. But Brando did not intend to do so. He first repeated what the eldest prince wrote to them in the letter to Freya, and then said, although the eldest prince's method can temporarily avoid civil war and division, Erwin will return to the era when Oberd VII was still alive. The nobles are still like maggots eating away at the foundation of the kingdom. No matter how well we put on the surface, there is no guarantee that Erwin will be lucky every time. If this continues, it will collapse one day. Freya nodded. As someone who had always pursued the ideals of the princess and Brando, she could understand what the two of them wanted Erwin to be. It might be very far away, but it was definitely not the way it was now. She asked softly, so, Brando, what are you going to do? I have an idea. Brando thought for a moment and replied, what Erwin needs is not the rules and orders set by a powerful person. I can protect the kingdom today, but I can't protect it every day. The kingdom's subjects have to choose their own path and destiny. This ancient kingdom used to have many kings. House Cipher and House Covardo have taken turns to rule it for nearly 1,000 years. Both families have deep prestige. Today, Princess Griffine and His Highness Levin are deeply righteous. In this case, why can't Erwin have two or more people who can decide its fate? Freya was taken aback. Her eyes widened as she said, Brando, you mean? Heruz has no intention of taking the throne. Then let Princess Griffine, His Highness Levin, and Amandina unite to form the Council of the Three Kings. Then, new members will be elected from the current Parliament of Nobles to participate in this council. They will each represent the will of the three ancient families, the Cipher royal family, the Covardo royal family, and the local nobles. The royal family and the nobles will make a sacred oath to jointly control the fate of Erwin. They will protect each other. If any party violates this oath, then it will be despised by everyone. But this, is it really okay? Freya asked in a daze. Brando's suggestion was somewhat beyond her imagination, but when she thought about it carefully, it did not seem impossible. Brando did not answer immediately. Whether this council system was good or bad, it might not be seen today. But first of all, it could end Erwin's long-standing crisis of conflict and division. More importantly, it could plant a seed in the hearts of the people, so that they would get used to discussing the fate of the kingdom together, and not entrust the kingdom's future to a powerful lord or king. And one day, this seed would take root and sprout in Erwin, and the kingdom would transition from noble politics to civilian politics. Only then would the late King Eric's dream be realized. Of course, Brando never thought of doing it overnight. At least for now, the nobles and the royal family of Erwin still needed a strong force. But this force could not be monopolized. It needed to be balanced, and the Council of the Three Kings or even the Council of the Four Kings was the best means of balancing. As long as Erwin could survive this disaster, the agreement between the nobles and the royal family would be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Freya lowered her head and thought for a moment before saying, "I'm afraid it won't be that easy, Brando. The royal faction will not agree. They have been in business for many years, and the royal family of Covardo finally took control of the south. They want to use the royal family to fulfill their ambitions, so how could they allow others to share the cake?" After becoming a qualified commander, Freya's knowledge had improved greatly, and she was able to point out the crux of the problem with a single glance. Brando shook his head in disdain. The royal faction's ambitions were once lofty, but most of them have changed. Because of the lack of a supervisor, apart from Oberway, Makarov and a few others, who still holds on to the late King Eric's dream? Those who are unscrupulous will eventually become greedy. Even I can't tolerate them, let alone the Council of the Three Kings. Then. Freya did not understand. No revolution is smooth sailing, Freya. Brendel silently folded up the letters from Heruz and the princess, and then handed it to the war goddess. "Take my message back and tell Princess Griffine, she will understand what to do." Countless people had already sacrificed their lives for Erwin, and now it was the turn of the nobles of the kingdom to be executed. As the descendants of the ancient nobles who led the people forward, they had to use their blood to prove their legitimacy. "This may be the last time I change Erwin's fate, and it must be the most thorough one," Brando continued as he handed the letter to Freya. "I left behind the reformed White Lion Legion, Valhalla's fleet, and brought back the late King's Lionheart sword and the White Lion Guards. Erwin will continue to expand southward in the future, and one day, it may become the hegemony of the Empire. I believe its fate has changed." "Brando?" Freya was shocked. "Are you leaving us?" Brando shook his head. "No, I'm not going anywhere, Freya. It's just that you have to understand that Valhalla's power can't affect Erwin all the time. Do you understand? What I want to build is not a puppet that relies on me, but a kingdom with free will. If I take action today, I can even completely uproot Erwin's noble power, but it's meaningless because people will only remember the shadow under power at this moment, trembling under my rule. I can decide what I say and do, but I can't decide what everyone in this ruling class says and does. There will always be people who will use my name to run amok. It's not good for the kingdom. I'm not a qualified politician, but I know who is. I will appoint the three of them to pave the way for their future, and they will decide where Erwin will go in the future. I believe they will give this ancient kingdom a glorious future, just as they have personally handed over the power to decide their own fate to me." When Brando finished speaking, his words were like iron, as if they were powerful and resonating. Freya looked at him in shock. It was the first time she saw such a firm and confident expression from him. At this moment, Brando was like a true king. His every word and action determined the future of the kingdom. She took a deep breath and replied seriously, "I understand. I will pass on your message to Her Royal Highness." Brando smiled and said gently, "There's no need to be so serious, Freya. You've had a hard time on this journey. Rest for 2 days before setting off again. Meet Miss Andrea. Maybe you'll have some unexpected gains. Oh right, remember to tell the princess to be wary of the royal faction. I suspect that the All-for-One sect has infiltrated the royal faction very deeply, but I haven't had the time to deal with them yet." Freya was shocked, but she nodded. The two of them suddenly became silent. They had once fought side by side in Butchie's most dangerous situation, killing their way out of a hopeless situation. In the Sea of Fire in Fortress Reden, thousands of undead, they relied on each other, waited for each other, and promised each other. The sprout of that promise had finally grown into a towering tree today. "Brando." Freya suddenly spoke. Brendel paused for a moment and raised his head. Seeing Freya's sparkling eyes looking at her, the Valkyrie's cheeks flushed red. "Do you still remember our promise?" she said word by word. Brando nodded. "Brando," Freya mustered her courage and spoke slowly, "you fulfilled your promise, you're a true man. I lost to the Roman, but that's not important. I like you, Brando, do you understand? Starting from Bragg's, the dream in my heart only exists for you." She seemed to have used all her strength to finish her sentence, then turned her head away. Her chest was heaving up and down, the blood-red color extended from her cheeks to her neck. The hall was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Andrea's eyes were sparkling, as if she was admiring her. Delphian smiled faintly, her eyes moving back and forth between the two of them. Freya, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said such rude words. Freya spoke softly, after saving the Roman, I will personally apologize to her, but I'm not the Valkyrie of Erewhon. Do you still remember Bragg's naive militia captain? I will always be by your side, Brando. Brando smiled bitterly, what else could he say? This was a sacrifice without any complaints, anything he said would only be pretentious. He just nodded silently and replied, thank you, Freya. The Valkyrie of Erewhon was a little shy, at this moment, on her heroic face, the pure and flawless smile was more precious than the wings of an angel. Freya pressed her hand on her chest, her heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out. You scared me, Brando, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Brando shook his head, thinking, silly girl, silly girl. Chapter 1345. Have you made up your mind? Brando asked. Standing in front of him were Medisha and Hippamra. Both ladies nodded, but the silver elf princess looked determined, and the priestess looked somewhat ambiguous. As the shepherdess of Himalud, training was a journey, and in her opinion, this was probably another interesting journey. I originally wanted you to return to Erewhon with Freya. Brando frowned. He had already learned from Fuchsia about the danger of this trial itself. In a sense, he was not willing to let Medisha and Hippamra take this risk. They could also grow up slowly by staying by his side, so why should he put all his eggs in one basket? My lord, we also had a lot of safer choices in the Battle of Abes and Ampere Seal. But you chose the most thorny path. You left behind such a courageous figure for us. How can you force us to stop in the face of danger? Medisa replied with a smile, as if she was recalling the stalwart figure at that time. Her eyes sparkled, but you chose the most thorny path. You left behind such a courageous figure for us. Brando was stunned. That's not the same, Medisha. Yes, because every time it was you who stood up to protect everyone, protect Sifrid, protect the villagers of Green Village, protect Her Royal Highness, protect Yuta and the rest. And this time, it's our turn to contribute to you. As your followers, can you bear to see us unable to keep up with your pace? Yes, Hippamra also nodded, my lord, our path as planeswalkers has been determined for a long time, but because of various things, it has been delayed. My lord, your deck is so special. You gave us the power to be planeswalkers, and we have the responsibility to accept this trial for you. For the followers of Himalud, tempering is the only way to grow. Sir, please believe in me and Miss Medisha. My lord, Medisha added, Miss Hippamra is right. We don't have much time left. Whether it is to protect Erewhon or to save the Roman lady, we must become stronger. The Silver Elves had a proverb, Venitri Seralardo, which meant that if one did not welcome the gloomy storm above the sea, how could one witness the boundless sea and sky after the storm? Standing still in the face of danger is never the path to becoming a powerhouse. Before I became the commander of the Lingu army, I already understood the truth behind this sentence. She paused for a moment, her bright silver eyes dimming slightly. Of course, if you insist on having us stay, we can understand your intentions. We will still listen to your orders. Brando smiled helplessly, as if he read a lot of things from those eyes that could speak, seriousness, persistence, stubbornness, and a trace of attachment. He replied, well, I respect your choice. Medisha, Hippamra, thank you. To be able to meet you, the Shire, Mephistopheles, Ropar, and everyone else, is perhaps the luckiest thing for me. Yes, each of us has our own path to walk. What you said is very reasonable, but we only have one life. Before making a choice, we must be careful. My lord, Medisha could not help but laugh. Before I met you, my title in the Silver Elf army was the cautious Song of the Silver Moon. My lord, on the other hand, was often criticized by Miss Falerne for being careless and forgetful. Brando's face reddened. He was not interested in being the lord of the Abs. It was inevitable that he would make all sorts of mistakes in his daily work. To Falerne, Amandina, and the Roman who often had to clean up his mess, other than the amiable Romain, the other two could not help but complain. These daily matters were naturally not a secret to Medisha and Hippamra. However, he also understood that Medisha purposely brought up these embarrassing matters in order to ease the somewhat gloomy atmosphere, so that he would not be so worried. Although this little silver elf princess was not old, she was more understanding of people than many adults. When he first met this elven girl in the Valley of the Dead, it was precisely because of this selfless kindness that gave birth to the desire to protect her. Brando did not say a word. There were many things in his heart that he did not say out loud. In the somewhat dim environment, the little silver elf princess' eyes were bright, and a silent tacit understanding seemed to grow between the two of them. Only Hippamla seemed to be oblivious to this, as if she was a large third wheel. After all, Miss Priestess' heart was pure, her heart was pure, and her heart was only filled with reverence and belief for Lady Himelud. She did not have as many complicated thoughts as these two. After a long time, Brando coughed lightly, and deliberately asked a little awkwardly, "The cautious song of Silvermoon?" Medisha blushed. This was probably the only time she had boasted since she was born. It's just a title that's not so famous. In the War of the Holy Saints, many people received titles. After all, it was an unprecedented battle, and the later generations were full of reverence for war. That is why there are so many strange titles passed down. Not everyone is worthy of their name. Not so famous a title? Brando thought to himself that he would be seeing a ghost if he really believed it. He had long seen that in the field of serious nonsense, compared to her sister, Medisha, this younger sister, was not to be outdone. Could it be that this was the family tradition of the Silver Elf royal family? However, Medisha and Hippamra's choice reminded him that the path of a planeswalker was indeed a shortcut for him to obtain power. Fuchsia had once reminded him that in his deck, other than the Knight of Felon, Medisha, only he could control the land cards and artifacts that could produce wealth. The colored mana produced by the land cards and artifacts was an indispensable resource for a planeswalker. Now that Medisha and Hippamra had embarked on the path of perfecting the rules of the planeswalker, then as the planeswalker who controlled this deck, he must consciously fill in the last flaw of this deck. In Farnazane's Winter Solstice Palace, the resounding sounds of argument shook the holy hall that had gone through 2 eras and witnessed the countless ups and downs of the Holy Church and the Empire's history. In the center of the hall, Pet Yen III sat on the throne and looked at his courtiers with a cold expression. In the year of the Golden Flame, there was once a great painter who painted a masterpiece that was handed down from generation to generation, The Disputing Court. Although that painting depicted the rise and fall of the Kurlutz dynasty during the Norris era, it was so similar to the scene in front of them. Or rather, wherever there were humans, there would be no shortage of interests and struggles for power. The courtiers and even the bishops, who were dressed in dark red, plain white, or dark blue robes with golden edges, were divided into several camps. They were criticizing and attacking each other, and some of them were even flushed with anger. They did not have the image of a gentle aristocrat at all. Most of the words they said were words such as oppose, disagree, absurd, and impossible. It was a meaningless and unconstructive situation. This situation had been going on for several hours. If it was a normal day, Pet Yen III would have thrown out those who dared to create chaos out of his palace, but today was a little special. After a moment, he straightened up from the holy throne, raised his hand, and asked everyone to quiet down. The hall, which was as lively as a market in Saipan, the largest trading port in Fanzan, was suddenly so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The courtiers, who were dressed in different colors, looked at each other and returned to their positions. The hall of the Winter Solstice Palace was like an oval. The highest position in the north was the sacred throne of Fanzan, which was the apex of secular and divine power. However, from the sides of the throne down to the southernmost side, everyone had a seat, and the seats were equal. It implied that everyone was equal under the divine power. Pet Yen III looked a little tired because the dispute had been going on for a whole day. In fact, he had already come to a conclusion on this topic, but he had to give his courtiers an explanation. Well, I've made up my mind, Pedion's low voice slowly sounded in the hall. I asked you to come here, not to see you come to a conclusion, but to answer your questions. Of course, God has given us the right to think, but thinking is a process of judging things wisely, not for calculating a little gain or loss. As my courtiers, servants of God, I hope you can look further. After he finished speaking, His Holiness the Pope glanced around the oval hall with a deep gaze. Under his gaze, Archbishop Karagisti stood up. Your Majesty, we can understand what you mean, but Cruz is our opponent. Right now, they are in a civil war. We can choose to stand by and watch, or we can choose to hit them when they are down. However, if we intervene at this time, regardless of whether His Royal Highness can really win, isn't it a little too rash? I don't see it that way. Another courtier stood up. Everyone understands the concept of adding flowers to a brocade, but providing help in a time of need is the most precious. We've invested in it in advance, so we don't have to pay much, but if we can weaken our archenemy, it's a profitable business for Farnazane. He, the Minister of Commerce, is indeed a businessman. You keep talking about business, but how can there be a profitable business in this world? Rodier told us in his book, The Nation, that there are only benefits and betrayals between countries. The Royal Highness of Cruz is first and foremost a citizen of Cruz. Even if he really wins the throne, he will still be the Emperor of Cruz. These two identities make it impossible for him to think from the perspective of the people of Anir. Even if we sign various treaties with him, he can turn his back on us. The key is, as two feuding countries, we lack the necessary means to restrain him. Under this premise, I don't think this so-called business will work. Chapter 1346. There's also the war in the east. Although Fanzan has always been on good terms with the wild elves of Iranta, isn't it too rash to remove the barrier in the east of the kingdom and send the army to the Great Glacier just because of a prophecy? The situation in the 10 cities has also begun to deteriorate. The barbarians have invaded Golden Anchor Harbor from the north. The two dukes of the Tenor and Hardred families have expressed concern about the military situation in the north. The trade union wants to expand the strength of the mercenary corps, but this proposal has been put on hold until today. For a moment, the buzzing in the hall rose again. Although the courtiers did not stand up to argue this time, the private discussions fell into Pedion's eyes. This made the supreme person of the empire frown. He looked at Bishop Shargusti, who was the first to stand up, and replied, it was His Excellency Asabanto's idea to send the Order of the Silver Horse south to support the people of Cruz. This sentence was like a spell that made the entire hall quiet down in an instant. This sudden silence was even weirder than before. It was as if a cold north wind whistled through the palace, freezing everyone's breathing. As everyone knew, Pedion III was the current pope. In Fanzan, the Pope held both the divine and royal power of the empire. It could be said that he was the most supreme figure. But before he ascended to the throne and was crowned, his teacher, Asabantu XI, was even more famous. Even though he was already a dignified pope today, in front of the previous pope, he was just a child who had just started to wield the scepter. Asabantu XI was the pope who had experienced the Holy War. Most of the politicians and emperors of his generation, including the famous Emperor of Cruz, had already died. As a king who walked out of blood and fire, this pope had enough reason to make anyone tremble in fear. It would be the same even if he added the word Chien in front of his title. Pedion III seemed to have expected the reaction of his courtiers, so he added, moreover, the Order of the Silver Horse is not going to support or rescue the eldest son of Cruz, but to support the people of Cruz. Support the people of Cruz? The courtiers looked at each other, wondering if this was a high-sounding excuse to intervene in the internal affairs of the people of Cruz. Pedion III stood up from his throne. His tall and burly figure made everyone present feel a little breathless. He looked at everyone present and said, the war of Cruz is far more complicated than you think. My courtiers, this war concerns all of us. The Order of the Silver Horse's movement is just the beginning. I have to explain this to you, because next, I need all of you to unite with me and faces with me. As he spoke, his face darkened. Be it for the Empire or the Holy Church, the coming days will be the most difficult. I hope that you can let go of your hatred and pick up the sacred oath from 1,000 years ago. If anyone is unwilling to do so, or even tries to obstruct us, then what awaits you won't just be my anger. Pedion 3's voice echoed in the hall, and the chilling intent contained in it made everyone shudder. The courtiers could not help but look at each other for a moment. Your Majesty. Bishop Sheragust was stunned for a moment before he asked, "Are you sure about all this?" Pedion 3 nodded. "This is an oracle." In an instant, there was a great uproar in the winter solstice palace. In the dark mountains to the west of Mehodafen, bonfires were rising like stars. Looking into the distance, with the help of the faint light of the golden moon, one could see that there were still winding troops on the plains entering the mountains. Since the defeat in East Metz, the remnants of Cruz's army fled from Fathom Port and the north of Ludwig. Some of them went south into the Evergreen Corridor, and some passed through the Mehodafen Basin and went west into the mountains. After the Crystal Army swept through the whole of Metz, they did not pursue further. This gave the Black Legion and the allied forces of the local nobles of Metz a chance to catch their breath. However, the good times did not last long. According to the reports of the scouts who came down from the front line, it seemed that after a short pause, the Crystal Army showed signs of continuing to move east. Katja, the knight's heavy footsteps could not draw Veronica's attention away from the military map spread on her legs. The light from the bonfire shone on the face of the former commander of Cruz's army. Her eyes were shining. There were many people patrolling back and forth around her, but among the messy footsteps, one was particularly clear. It stopped in front of her. "Teacher, the scouts have sent back information. Those terrifying monsters have passed through Fathom Port. It is not clear if they have gone south, but at least some of them are heading towards Mehodafen." A somewhat tired voice sounded. It was only then that Veronica lifted her head, her eyes reflecting Vahina's figure. This student of hers had always given her a headache in the past. Even though Vahina was very talented and had great comprehension in both magic and swordsmanship, her bad temper was truly unflattering. Veronica knew very well that her student was known as a demoness in the imperial capital. However, at this moment, the arrogance and willfulness of the past could not be found on the face of the little princess of Flower Leaf Ridge. Instead, it was replaced by maturity and determination. Vahina was wearing a knight's armor that was rarely seen on her. A sword was hanging on her waist. Her fair face was covered with a layer of dust, and there were a few scratches on her forehead. However, the biggest change was the look in her eyes. Her pale blue eyes were like the sea. At this moment, there was a calm and steady light in her eyes. Sometimes, Veronica could not help but think that if this nightmare did not happen, she would be relieved to see her student again. Unfortunately, hypotheses were only hypotheses. The war in East Metz had become the biggest nightmare for everyone who had experienced it. Even for Veronica, who had experienced the Holy War 60 years ago, it was the same. Sometimes, she would compare her experience in the Holy War with what she had been through these days. However, every time, she could not help but think of the scene where Cruz's army collapsed under the impact of the Crystal Cluster C. In that battle, Cruz's army witnessed the suffocating dragons falling one after another in front of their eyes. Then, they were defeated and lost all memories of the battle. However, Cruz's army was defeated, but they did not die. The dead had fallen into eternal slumber, but the living still had to struggle for survival and hope. Veronica only nodded silently at Vahina's words. She frowned and drew a line on the military map with a charcoal pencil. It marked the latest movement of the Crystal Cluster C. It could be seen that at least in the Bankdale region and the entire Metz region, the Crystal Cluster C's army was unstoppable. Although they had not yet moved south, the south of the Evergreen Corridor had just experienced the devastation of Jorgendy Ridge and Tokunen. The Empire's only strength was the Red Legion that was still in the wilderness of the Four Territories. It was not that she did not think of going south to join the Red Legion, but the journey was too far. More importantly, the noble army in East Metz had lost their morale. If it was not for the fact that the Empire's enemy would not give them a chance to surrender, these people would have collapsed long ago. She could bring the remnants of the Black Legion and the Azure Legion to the south, but the Empire's strength was so weak that these noble legions could not be abandoned. As for the Cloak Bay region and Anzaruta, there was still no contact. Although Veronica did not know that the disaster of the fallen moon had torn apart the southern part of the sublime inland sea and permanently changed the terrain there, she thought that those places would not be spared. If the Crystal Cluster C's army could move west from the Bankdale region, they could naturally go south as well. Although the Cloak Bay region still had the Empire's navy, it would be difficult for them to resist those terrible monsters. In other words, the remaining strength in her hands and the Red Legion in the wilderness of the Four Territories might be the only strength left of the Empire. When did the kingdom left behind by the Flame King Gretel, one of the most powerful empires in the human world, fall to such a state? Lenoret, who was sitting next to Veronica, looked a little gloomy. However, the eldest son of the emperor quickly calmed down, and the depression on his body was swept away. He turned around and asked, "What should we do now, Lady Veronica?" Vahina also stared at her teacher. Veronica frowned slightly. The Crystal Cluster C's army had already overflowed Fathan Port. It was no longer possible to turn back and go south through the Evergreen Corridor. There were only two paths in front of them. One was to go north into Fanzan and ask for help from the Templar. However, the people of Anir were the enemies of the Cruz people. The hatred between the two was even deeper than the conflict between the Cruz people and the Wind Elves. Moreover, they had to go north through the most dangerous part of the Alkash Mountains, which was close to the Great Glacier region. It was difficult for the army to pass through. In comparison, both Vahina and Lenoret were willing to choose the second path, which was to go to the southern foot of the Alkash Mountains. The low hills there were much easier to walk on than the steep ridges and mountain paths at the edge of the Great Glacier. After passing through the Golden Forest, they could enter the wilderness of the Four Territories. There might be a chance to meet up with the Red Legion. However, they would have to face the possible pursuit of the Crystal Cluster C's army. When they thought of the defeat in East Metz and the terrible enemy they would have to face, even the most courageous knight of Cruz had to remain silent. While they were hesitating, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Veronica was just thinking about what the little count from Erewhon would do in such a situation. At this time, she looked up and saw a group of people had separated the crowd and came to the bonfire. Buga people? Vahina, who was standing at the side, was slightly stunned. Chapter 1347. A sharp whistle echoed in the dense forest, followed by a series of heavy footsteps that swept past like a gust of wind. The ground trembled, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. "Look, over there. The vanguard of the monsters is catching up. Stop them, don't let them catch up to Lady Veronica." The knight shouted, led by Vahina, who was dressed in military attire. She looked towards the intersection between the hills and valleys, and there was indeed a group of creatures covered in dark crystalline carapaces at the intersection of the mountains in the distance. They were the most common type of monsters, with strength in the upper silver tier. They were very fast, only slightly slower than the light cavalry of the Empire. More importantly, they often acted as the vanguard of the monster army. Once they were entangled, the main force of the monsters behind would come in an endless stream, and everyone would be killed here. From West Metz to Mehodafen, in the past half a month, countless battles with these monsters. Although they lost more than they won, those who survived had gradually learned the ins and outs of these enemies. Although Cruz's people did not have the courage to fight a decisive battle with this terrifying army, but a small team battle was not a problem. Not to mention that there were the elite knight of the Empire, the Folded Sword Knight Regiment. As long as we don't get entangled by them, it'll be fine. Vahina had a plan in her mind. She raised her sword, clamped her dragon's belly, and led the charge towards the vanguard of the crystal cluster. "Knight, follow me." The noblewoman's lead ignited the pride in the hearts of the knight, and they shouted in unison, "Kill!" Then, they poured down. Vahina and her dragon were the first to charge into the formation of the crystal cluster. The runic circle on her armor lit up first, and then it was white magic missiles, followed by blazing thorns. The white beams shot into the crystal cluster like flying needles, and the crystal cluster fell one after another. The next crystal cluster that pounced on Vahina's warhorse crashed into the burning thorns that grew around it, and immediately exploded into pieces. Vahina took the opportunity to cut down one of the sturdier crystal clusters, before raising her left hand in another direction. The magic circle on her gauntlet glowed faintly, and a fireball flew towards the dense swarm of monsters. The raging flames exploded in the darkness and formed a bright golden ball, and the knight saw countless crystal clusters being sent flying into the air. The knight exclaimed. Vahina's magical talent and swordsmanship were perfectly integrated at this moment. If Brando was here, he would be amazed at the growth of the noblewoman's combat skills. The front of the crystal cluster opened up in an instant, and the knight at the back immediately swarmed in, continuing to expand their advantage. Such a scene was often seen in the Battle of East Metz, but Cruz's advantage often did not last long. The crystal cluster could use their advantage in numbers to make up for their disadvantage in quality. Even if the folded sword knights were far superior to them in terms of individual combat strength and mutual understanding, the crystal cluster was not inferior in terms of high-end strength. Vahina knew that they had to run in order to display the combat strength of the folded sword knights. She did her best to move forward, and cut down every monster in front of her with her sword. Fortunately, this was not the main force of the crystal cluster army, and there was no sea of monsters, so the advantage in quality quickly took over the situation. Suddenly, there was an empty space in front of her, and only then did Vahina realize that they had successfully turned around. Victory was in sight, and she just needed to put in a little more effort. Run, run! Vahina shouted loudly, with a heavy panting sound in her voice. The continuous battles after night had exhausted her. This was the strategy of the crystal cluster army. The monsters were stiff and rigid in battle, as if they had no brains, but there was a brilliant will behind them that commanded them. The many battles from East Metz to here had already proven this point. But the knight at the back could no longer run. They were already exhausted. Vahina watched as the monsters pounced on the back of the earth dragons, and pulled the young knight down from the saddle. Her heart sank. She bit her lower lip tightly, and for some reason, she suddenly thought of another face in her heart. Am I going to die here, country bumpkin, that bad guy? The knight of the folded sword finally started to run, and pulled away from the crystal cluster army that was chasing behind. Vahina was looking for an opportunity to turn around and kill the enemy when a few bright flashes of light suddenly lit up in the darkness in front of them. 1, 2, 3 flashes of fire passed over the heads of the knight, leaving a golden red afterimage in their sight. They turned around just in time to see a cluster of flames exploding in the group of monsters in that direction. The ground shook, and a heat wave surged. This time, there was no need for Vahina's order. The knight automatically turned around and charged back into the enemy's formation. The crystal cluster army that had been severely injured could no longer resist. After 3 rounds of charging back and forth, there was no longer a single monster standing on the ground in the valley. Layers upon layers of crystal cluster corpses covered the valley. The knights stopped and got down from their mounts to rest. Some of them fell to the ground as soon as they got down from the earth dragon's saddles, as if they no longer had the strength to stand up. However, there were also some who were rummaging through the corpses of the crystal cluster. Some of the crystal cluster bodies would be accompanied by magic crystals, which was an important means for mages to restore their mental strength at this moment. The night wind blew down from the ridge, blowing away the embers and smoke on the battlefield. The tattered flag of the knight of the folded sword fluttered in the wind. Vahina also jumped down from her mount and leaned on the earth dragon's sturdy right hind limb to rest. She opened the canteen and saw a few mages in silver robes waving at them in the dark on the distant hills, signaling them to hurry up. They were the Buga's grey-robed apprentices. Vahina's chaotic mind recalled what happened earlier. Although she did not know which Bugas had used strategic spells to support them and the dragon on the battlefield in East Metz, she did not expect the leader of the Arcane Realms Enforcers, Lone, to personally come here to meet them. He was one of the 12 leaders of the Silver Alliance's wizards, a legendary figure. It was said that he was injured in Erewhon some time ago, but it seemed that he had almost recovered. Vahina could not think of what kind of situation could injure such a terrifying existence. the first thing she thought of was whether it had something to do with that bastard. But this time, the young lady was right. Lone was injured by Shitua's Tsar bomb during his adventure in the deadly tundra with Brando, but he was strong enough to heal his old injuries in just a few months. There was also a golden dragon accompanying Lone. Vahina recognized the mature blonde lady in human form called Aksharopia. She fought side by side with Cruz in East Metz, and was one of the few dragons who escaped that day. The Bugas somehow convinced Veronica and the eldest prince to choose to go through the southern foot of the Alkash Mountains, through the Alcala area, and enter the wilderness of 4 territories. But this way, it was inevitable to encounter the Crystal Cluster army. The consecutive encounters throughout the night were extremely difficult, and the remaining morale of Cruz's people was almost exhausted. It was because of this that the dukes did not dare to let the nobles' private army walk behind, lest they collapse when they were pursued by the Crystal Cluster army. As a result, the Black Legion and the Folded Sword Knight had to stay behind to cover the rear. Fortunately, the Bugas came to their aid, or the battle would have been over. Vahina took a deep breath. The cold air seeped into her lungs and stimulated her to the point where she almost coughed out blood. She glanced into the distance, and a silhouette flashed out from the group of grey-robed Buga mages, and quickly ran towards her direction. The silhouette lifted his robe, and ran from afar until he was right in front of her, and then threw himself into her arms. "Sister." "Elise," Vahina said sternly. "Why are you here?" "Sister, I want to help you." Elise raised her hands. "You see, sister, I'm also a mage, and even the Bugas praised me for my talent in spellcasting." "Nonsense, you should stay by teacher's side, that's where you should be." The little girl did not expect Vahina's reaction to be so intense, and her eyes were immediately covered with a thin layer of mist. "Sister, I'm worried about you, father, and brother. How can I stay behind alone?" Vahina's heart softened. There was a time when she was not like that. She recalled her encounter with that bastard in the loop of trade winds. At that time, she did not think she was unruly at all, and only thought that the hateful country bumpkin was so annoying. But now that she thought about it, those were such warm memories. She reached out and ruffled her sister's blonde hair. Her brother and father were on the other side of the battlefield, and Mehotefen's entire strength was invested in this battle that would determine the survival of the empire. It was all for the sake of protecting those they wanted to protect. "Elise, listen to me, I'm not in any danger here, but you can't distract me, okay?" "Really, sister?" "Of course, I'm teacher Veronica's proudest disciple, and a genius of the empire. How could anything happen to me here? You can ask them if you don't believe me." She turned her gaze to the Folded Sword Knight. Although she was not a member of the Folded Sword Knight, most of them were trained by the Green Sword Saint. The young men smiled awkwardly, and did not comment on Vahina's boasting. Vahina could only sigh in the face of these lazy fellows. In fact, she was indeed lying. The army had just entered the outskirts of Alcala, and in history, the Empire once fought a great battle with the Wind Elves and Fanzan. The terrain here was open, and it was very convenient for the Crystal Cluster army to pursue. At least until they passed through Mount Ordos, they would only be safe. Before that, there were at least a few tough battles to fight, and no one could say for sure who would last until the end. Chapter 1348. The biting cold wind howled angrily, like an angry beast howling in the mountains. Veronica and the accompanying knight braved the razor-sharp icy wind and walked up a hill. Their vision crossed the steep mountains that seemed to have been carved by a knife and an axe. The mountains were silent in the night, and only a vague outline could be seen. This side was as smooth as a mirror, shining under the golden sea moon, exuding a pale color. And at the foot of the mountain, a dark mass of creatures was gathering like a stream of water, forming a dark mass of about 10,000. There were also some flying creatures in the sky. These monsters were guarding the Ordos Pass, blocking the road to Alcala. From time to time, the howls of the monsters came from far away with the wind. In this dark night, it was even more frightening. These monsters are indeed slowing us down while circling to the front to block us. The Ordos Pass is the only mountain path in the vicinity that can lead to the Alcala area. Otherwise, we can only take a detour further north. But the main force of these monsters is already behind us, and there is not much time left for us to make a choice. The one who spoke was Lorena, the daughter of the Grand Commander of the Knights Templar. She and her fiancé, Filas, were part of the Empire's entourage to explore the deadly frost forest with Brando. After the big explosion, she and Filas returned to the country together. Not long after, they were imprisoned by the Silver Queen and Veronica. Later, they were rescued by Brando. After the upheaval in Rushta, she, Veronica, Vala, and others were teleported away from Bankel and came to East Metz to experience the fiasco. And due to the shortage of lower-level officers after the fiasco, not only was Vahina also appointed as the captain of the Folded Sword Knights, but the former number 1 knight genius of the imperial capital was directly appointed as a deputy by Veronica. Now, she was a member of the middle-level commanders of the Azure Legion. Miss Knight was dressed in military attire, and her fiancé, Filas, was standing beside her. As almost all members of Prince Barano's family had perished in this upheaval, the only eldest heir looked a little depressed at the moment, not as cheerful as when he was in Erewhon. The dragons are still buying time for us, but there is no doubt that it is only a matter of time before those flying crystals arrive. There is no time for us to take a detour to the north. If we encounter those monsters at the Alcash Mountain Pass, we will all be wiped out. Luoan, who was wearing a silver robe, replied. The strong wind caused his robe to flutter, but he held an ivory staff in his hand and stood in the cold wind. His performance was even more calm than the night, as if he was not affected in the slightest. He looked at Vala of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, who was silent, and continued, Your Excellency, the best way now is for us to join forces and defeat this army. Before the Crystal Cluster army arrives, we can open a path from the front. What do you think? Before Vala could speak, Sydney, who was beside him, had already nodded, yes. Then the coordination of the army will be handed over to Lady Veronica, Luoan said, Legion Commander, is that okay? Veronica stared at the dark mass of the Crystal Cluster army below and nodded, I will coordinate with Mangrove. She looked at the eldest prince, Lenoret, who also nodded silently. Everyone present understood that the next battle would be the key to determining the outcome of this night's war. No matter how well they had done before, if this battle was lost, then the future of the Empire would be gone. For the people of Cruz, it seemed that since the tragic battle on the Great Plains, the descendants of the Flame King, Gretel, had ushered in another war that they could not afford to lose. Almost everyone present in Cruz prayed silently in their hearts, praying that the sages who had fallen into eternal slumber would bless their descendants and allow them to seize the last glimmer of hope. Blow the horn. The heavy cavalry of the Azure Legion began to gather on the side of the battlefield, and Veronica waited for a moment before speaking. On the hill, rows of mages in silver robes began to flicker, and then disappeared one by one. Finally, the leader of the Hidden Realms Enforcers, Luoan, and the Great Holy See of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, High Priest Vala, who brought iron and fire, both stepped into a light door without saying a word. Sydney, the adoratress of the Leo Palace, looked back at the female Legion commander before stepping into the light door that belonged to her. Veronica took a deep breath, and there seemed to be many images of the battlefield in front of her. Sometimes it was the Valley of Hagen, where the lion army surged like a tide, or the Battle of Watercress Castle, where the enemy this time was replaced by the Wind Elves, the Night, the Forest of Spears, the arrows that seemed to overshadow the sky, and the images of the enemy alternated. The Fanzan, the Elves, the Mountain Folk, the Lion Men, and sometimes even the heavy Knight of Cruz. Every battle she had experienced appeared in front of her eyes. Until finally, they overlapped into one and turned into the scene in front of her again. In the mountains of Alcra, the cold wind whistled, and the Crystal Legion's army was waiting for the first attack of Cruz's people. The sound of the bugle horn echoed throughout the mountains and plains. Brando had a dream. In the dream, he seemed to have returned to the past in the game. The biting cold wind of the mountains, the dark sky, the wailing of the wind, and the endless, despairing army. They covered the sky and covered the earth, surging like a tide. The resistance of the humans was so weak and powerless. They roared, fought, and used every ounce of their strength, but the enemy came from all directions, and there was no chance at all. His heart was burning with anger. Where was the diamond force? Where was the thorny flower fire? Where was the army of the Holy Church? Where were the reinforcements? He remembered that the last thing he saw was the skeleton of a WIRM that was shrouded in a dark aura. It whistled through the air, and grayish-white flames spurted out of the WIRM's mouth, turning everything in its path into ashes. Then, the entire world dimmed, plunging into darkness. Then he woke up. That battle was the last memory he had of that world. He didn't know what happened after that battle in the Alkash Mountains, but the defeat of the army of Fanzan and Cruz would definitely bring about earth-shaking changes in the game. In a sense, it was a battle that changed the history of Wond. But in this world, there might not be such a battle anymore. Brando didn't know that at this moment, there was a battle that would decide the fate of an empire, and it was happening in the same place. Many familiar names and familiar people were fighting for their lives in this battle. He didn't know that maybe in the time he opened his eyes, those familiar names had already passed away and turned into memories of the past. He woke up from the darkness, feeling a little strangely frustrated. He put on his coat and went outside. There was a long corridor outside the door, and it was silent. He followed the memory of the day through the dark corridor, and there was a light in front of him, and he was already in a courtyard. The cool night wind blew on his face. He had just taken a breath when he heard a puzzled voice. Brando? Brando was slightly stunned. He knew that there was only one person here who would call him that. He looked up and saw Freya's lonely figure standing in the courtyard, looking at him with a surprised expression. You can't sleep either, Brando? Brando wanted to say that he suddenly woke up, but for some reason, he just nodded silently. What about you? I'm going back to Erewhon tomorrow, Brando, Freya said softly. Brando suddenly understood what Freya wanted to say. The moonlight in the land of eternal death shone on the courtyard, and it was a faint silver color. Walk with me? He suddenly asked. Freya was stunned, and then nodded. She was resolute on the battlefield, but in front of Brando, she had always been submissive. The two of them walked along the courtyard's corridor silently, and only the rustling of their footsteps could be heard. The girl lowered her head, and felt the thumping of her heart, which was strong and rhythmic. What did Andrea tell you about your background? Brando suddenly asked. Andrea had vaguely revealed to him that Freya's bloodline and inheritance might be related to the goddess of war. He only knew that Freya's real name was actually Alicia Everton. She was the daughter of the Earth Knight Everton. In order to escape the purge of the royal faction during the reign of Oberyd VI, she was brought to Butchie by the royal faction and arranged to live with her uncle and aunt. The Earth Knight Everton did not have any special inheritance, and was just an outstanding knight. Freya's inheritance and bloodline of the Valkyrie could only come from her mother. Princess Griffin had once talked to him about this matter, but Freya's mother had always been a mystery. Everton once had a spouse, but both of them died in the war. That lady was not from Erewhon's noble family, and this was very rare, and there was no way to investigate. Brando knew that ever since the disaster in Butchie, Freya had been very concerned about her background, especially after she found out the true identity of her father. So when Andrea mentioned this matter, he insisted that Freya go to the land of eternal death. If it was only for the sake of the alliance with Madara, Amandina was actually more suitable than her to be Erewhon's envoy. As expected, after hearing Brando's words, Freya's eyes flashed, and she replied, Miss Andrea thinks that I might be a descendant of one of their lost clansmen in Wond. Chapter 1349. A branch of the clan that was lost in Erewhon? Brando was puzzled. Isn't the goddess of war a kind of inheritance? Is this inheritance also related to bloodline? Freya shook her head and turned around. She pointed at the shining mark of the goddess of war on her forehead and said, Andrea told me that the inheritance of the goddess of war is because of this. She said that this mark contains the vast knowledge and memories of the goddess of war passed down from generation to generation. It can be transferred or passed down to the next generation through bloodline. However, only females can accept this mark, and the same goes for bloodline inheritance. When the mark is transferred, no matter what method is used, the original owner of the mark will lose the ability of the goddess of war. On Freya's white forehead, a silver rune shone in the darkness, like a five-toothed crown. The tip of the crown extended upwards, like a spreading thorn, or like a ball of flame, burning fiercely. Under the light of the mark, Freya's face looked extremely holy, like a goddess, cold and noble. Brando was stunned for a moment, and the mark was reflected in his eyes, shining brightly. The goddess of war of Bucci blushed a little. She lowered her head and gently tapped the ground with the tip of her boot. Brando then realized his rudeness and quickly coughed to cover up his embarrassment. He asked again, "So, this mark should be related to your mother. Do you still have any memories of her?" Freya paused for a moment, then gently shook her head. I have never seen my mother. Actually, everything about my father was told to me by Lord Oberway and Princess Griffin. Ever since I can remember, I grew up in Bucci. My childhood memories are about the mountains of Yusong, and everyone in the militia. I always thought that my parents died in the hands of the undead, and it was uncle and aunt who adopted me. Brando heard something from the girl's low voice, and his heart softened. He comforted her, "It's okay, Freya. But at least you still have us. All of us are with you." "Yes." Brando, Freya hesitated for a moment before saying, "Her Highness once told me about my mother. She came to Erewhon with the refugees from Silver Bay. She is half mountain folk. My father saved her and the others from a group of bandits. They fell in love at first sight and got married not long after. She's a refugee from Silver Bay. For the past few decades, the area around Silver Bay has been relatively peaceful. The only time there was unrest was during the undead disaster. That was about 30 years ago. Your mother is most likely Fano's benefactor." Brando thought for a moment before replying. Fanon was located to the northeast of Erewhon. It was one of the countries along the Silver Bay, bordering the southwest of St. Tassol. To its north was Princess Magadal's motherland, the Duchy of Antiburo. Fanon and the Maloit Peninsula occupied by the undead were separated by the sea. To the north of the peninsula was the Elves' White Mountain Fortress, which was also one of the ancient battlefields between the undead and the Wind Elves. During the Year of the Cave Beasts, when the Bloodstaff wreaked havoc in the east of Karsuk, the undead fleet crossed the Silver Strait between Maloit Peninsula and Fanon and attacked the countries of Silver Bay. This was known as the Undead Disaster in history. This disaster caused thousands of people to lose their homes in Silver Bay. Fanon was the first to bear the brunt. Although this kingdom was closer to St. Tassol, the Wind Elves were arrogant and conceited. They were unwilling to accept human refugees and sealed the country's gates during the war. Furthermore, Fanon was a kingdom under the rule of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Hence, a large number of refugees from Fanon rushed south to Erewhon. The White Mountain Range extended east into the kingdom of Fanon. The terrain of the kingdom was mountainous and half of the population were mountain people. The mountain people and the natives got along well. Hence, according to Freya's words, Brando had reason to believe that her mother's homeland was Fanon. Freya nodded. Her Royal Highness had said the same thing to her at the time. She had also gone to look up the relevant information from that time. In her mind, Brando was knowledgeable. It was within her expectations that he would be able to connect the dots. She suddenly asked, "Brando, why did you suddenly think of asking this?" "This has something to do with a thought of mine." Brando thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. In fact, ever since he saw Andrea, he had been suspecting a possibility. The ability of the War Valkyries, rather than magic, was more like something he had seen in his previous life. There were also the ruins of Minas in the heart of the deadly tundra. Those huge, regular wreckage that was filled with a network of crystals made of unknown materials. He recalled the other shrines and ancient ruins he had seen in the game. Most of them had similar architectural styles. For example, Valhalla. He also remembered the scene outside the elemental barrier. The rows of unknown constructs that were suspended in the air above wound like a satellite array. Lastly, there was the metal nameplate that Magadol's grandfather gave him. There was no doubt that it was a product of technology. Although there were also empires in this world that developed magical technology like the Hazel people, magical technology was obviously different from these things. First of all, it still relied on magic, and it was at a lower level. For example, the cavalry destroyers and hunters, although they were equipped with firearms, they still retained a strong ancient aura of rune golems. This was because the Hazel people's magical technology was born out of the ancient runes and golems of the wizards. Brando believed that there would never be a gap in the technology of a world. New technology would always be developed based on the existing foundation. In Wond, whether it was magic or magical technology, there was a clear line that did not exceed the productivity of this world. Even in the eyes of the players in his previous life, there would not be too many bugs. However, the technology of the mortal world, and even the technology of the Buga people, compared to the relics and the products left in the relics before the last war, it was as if they had gone back thousands of years. It was as if they had returned to the era of slash-and-burn farming and eating raw meat. And from the various information he obtained from various sources, whether it was the Wind Empress or the Dark Dragon Odin, whether it was Minos or Ekis' daughters, whether it was the Buga people or the fairies of the elemental realm, they all told him that this world had experienced more than one great recession. In this era, the mortals were not favored by the gods. After the Fifth War, the gods left this world, or fell into eternal slumber. The mortal world was handed over to the planeswalkers of the Truth Society. The leader of the Truth Society, the Dark Dragon Odin, managed this world through the Myrna Empire. After the Sixth War, the Truth Society's Temple of the Gods, Babel Fortress, fell, and the Azure Knight and the Twilight Dragon perished together. This war had a profound impact on Wond. The Truth Society was torn apart because of the destruction of Babel Fortress, and the inheritance of ancient knowledge was lost on the earth. From this era onwards, there was a gap between the modern and ancient, because the silver people who managed the knowledge, the gold people who were warriors, and the divine people who managed the knowledge also fell apart and were displaced on the earth. Before the Sixth War, although the gods were in eternal slumber, the planeswalkers still had their own inheritance. The planeswalkers from the Gaia's Will, Truth Society, Gate of Arbitration, World Tree, and Earth Legion each had their own duties, and knowledge and memories were passed down from generation to generation. But after the Sixth War, the World Tree split, the Truth Society was nowhere to be found, and the Gate of Arbitration and Gaia's Will were lost. Only the Earth Legion still maintained a sound organization. In fact, it was the Myrna Empire. But even so, the superstructure of the Earth Legion, the inheritance of the planeswalkers led by the Dark Dragon, was also lost due to the fall of Babel Fortress. This could be seen from the number of planeswalkers in the Earth Legion after the Azure Knight, and even the strength of the Dark Dragon Odin himself was getting weaker with each generation. In the era of the Azure Knight, the Dark Dragon Odin could even compete with the Twilight Dragon, but in the era of the War of the Holy Saints, even the Four Sages could fight against Odin. Although Odin in that era was suspected of going easy on the Twilight Dragon, from what Brando saw and heard now, even if the Twilight Dragon went easy on the Twilight Dragon, the Four Sages would not be its opponent. This could only mean that the level of power of Wond had been declining, and the reason for the decline was obviously the loss of the inheritance. This inheritance, like the civilization of the mortals of this era, also had an obvious vein to follow. It was just that it was the opposite of the progress of the mortals of this era, and it was a path that kept regressing. What about the civilization of the mortals? Going back, from the era of the War of the Holy Saints to the present day, although the level of power of Wond was still declining, it was a chain reaction caused by the Golden Race and Silver Race's seclusion. During the era of the War of the Holy Saints, there were many strong people, such as the 12 wizard leaders of the Silver Alliance, Medisha, Haku, the king of the Silver Elves, Harquist, Alaz, the genius of the Dragon Clan, Fuchsia, Tumen, Odin, the Witch Queen, and Kelsey. But these people were either Bugas, Silver Elves, or the descendants of the Dragon Clan, the Myrnas, or even the Divine People. Among the mortals of that era, how many people were famous? Other than the Four Sages who were born in response to the order, most of the heroes of the mortals were almost unknown. The only ones mentioned in history were mostly the followers of the sages, such as the Flame Family Knight, or the Wind Empress Knight. The strength of these heroes may be considered the top in this era, but it was only the top. In this era, the top powerhouses such as Vala, Mephistopheles, and the Pope of Fanzan were not inferior in terms of strength. Chapter 1350. These mortal heroes didn't count for much in that stormy era. In history, the Silver Elves' Dragon King Knights were known for their impressive military exploits. As for the human heroes, they had only won a single battle on the plains thanks to the Silver Elves' strength. That was already the most glorious military exploits of all. The reason why these people's names could survive in the world was more because of the propaganda of the holy temples and royal families of various countries, or the biased records of history. Therefore, when the Silver Elves and Bugas went into seclusion, the legends of that era, as well as the names of the powerful armies, the Dragon King Cavalry, the War Colossus, the Phoenix Guards, all disappeared from the world one by one, giving the world the illusion that the power level of Wond was declining for thousands of years. In fact, in the mortal world, since the War of the Holy Saints, both technology and magic had made great progress. The gap between the most prosperous areas of Tonajal and Cruz before Brando became the Lord was evident. The level of civilization in the border area of a small country like Erewhon was roughly equivalent to the average level of Wond 100 years ago. The gap between 100 years could be so big, not to mention that the War of the Holy Saints had been nearly 10 centuries ago. In other words, the mortal world was recovering. It inherited the 6 previous declines of Wond, and it could be said that a new country was built on the ruins of the past civilization, which was also very logical. But the problem was that, in Brando's view, there was an obvious fault between these two veins. In theory, the mortal era was brought about by the Azure Night breaking the sky and causing the stars to fall to the earth. That was actually the 6th invasion of the Twilight recorded in the Pale Epic. In that war, Babel Fortress was destroyed by the final blow of the Twilight Dragon. After the fortress fell, the divine people fell apart, and their inheritance was lost. Only the Earth Legion survived. That was also the Dark Age when the divine people wandered the earth. In that last era, under the leadership of the Dark Dragon Odin, the last generation of the Golden Tribe, the Myrnas, established their own empire, which was also the last empire between the mortal era and the divine era. Then, at the end of the imperial era, the 4 sages were born. With the help of the Silver Folk, they overthrew the cruel rule of the Myrnas and established 4 kingdoms that truly belonged to the mortals. These 4 mortal kingdoms could be said to be built on the ruins of the Myrnas Empire, or on the ruins and relics of the past 6 eras. However, its development was 2 completely unrelated parallel lines with the civilization of the Myrnas and the divine people of the past, without any intersection. Andrea, as the goddess of war, was a member of the Earth Legion, even at the end of the Myrnas Empire, was still in the hands of the Dark Dragon Odin. But the power displayed by the war goddesses was completely different from any power system in this era that Brendel knew of. Not to mention the ancient miracles that he had seen in the ruins of the gods, such as Valhalla, and the Silver Plains that was related to the mystery of Princess Magadal. The power that it faintly displayed seemed to be out of place with the present. All signs indicated that the power and order system of the past era was a completely different power system from the power system that the mortals of this era had mastered. That kind of power and order system was more similar to what he saw outside the elemental frontier. The strange array of constructs suspended in the sky above Wond, the tens of millions of satellites, were the power system of the past era. They were the legacy of another era, and there was no fundamental difference between them. Why would such a situation occur? In this era, the power that the mortals were proficient in, the power of magic and law, and even the magical technology of the Hazel people were very crude. There were not many traces of the previous era in them. This was because the mortals used their own understanding of the chaos magic from the Sea of Magic, whether it was elementalists, law wizards, or other professions. Not to mention the witches who directly bypassed the power of order and law to communicate with the dark magic. These kinds of power that belonged to this era, compared to the power and law that Andrea and the other witches had mastered, or to a higher level of authority and power, such as the power of a planeswalker, were close to primitive. It was like the difference between a chisel from the Stone Age and a modern firearm. Brando himself had such power, so he could understand this point more deeply. His Mana Loss card could easily suppress all spells in this world, and all spellcasters. This was the highest priority. That was why Tumen, Fuchsia, and the Stag Witch would repeatedly mention this point when they talked about the power of a planeswalker. Only a planeswalker could fight against a planeswalker. This was one of the basic principles of the world of order created by Martha. And whether it was the power of a planeswalker or the power of the goddess of war, there was no doubt that they were the legacies of the previous era. These legacies seemed to be covered by an invisible force, isolating them from this era. So that the mortals could not stand on its height, and could only struggle to find a path that belonged only to them in the wilderness of darkness and thorns. That was why the will of the Twilight Dragon, when it was outside the elemental frontier and possessed the Roman body, would contemptuously say to Eloranta, the Dragon Queen, and the others, "Your inheritance may not be the inheritance of the divine people." Brando recalled that this tendency had already been born since the first generation of the Dark Dragon of the Myrna people. There was no doubt that the Earth Legion was the inheritor of the previous era, and the Myrna Empire was the inheritor of the civilization of the previous era. Then what about the four mortal kingdoms? It should be the inheritor of the Dark Empire. In fact, whether it was Cruz, Fanzan, Eloranta, or Saint Tassol, they all inherited a lot of legacies from the Myrna Empire. The magic system of this era originated from the era of the Myrna people. Law magic, elemental magic, string magic, witchcraft, runic magic, holy words, astrology, psychic magic, and magic circle magic. The 9 factions and the classification of the mages of the factions began to appear in the middle and later stages of the Myrna dynasty. Swordsmanship, the system of Sword Saint and Extreme Sword Saint, was also established by the Myrna people. Tumen also created the elemental array after the Chaos era. The 14-ring system of magic was born in the era of Urgatu, the last Dark Dragon, Odin, and the first 3 emperors. The alchemy and magic puppet technology of this era were produced in the middle and early stages of the War of the Holy Saints era. The magical technology of the Hazel people was, in fact, first proposed by Tumen. But there was no doubt that the Myrna people certainly had more than these legacies. As an empire with planeswalkers, even if the legacies of the previous era were lost in the Sixth War, it was impossible to completely disappear. Not to mention the Earth Legion. If Brando didn't know about the Earth Legion before and thought that it was just a traditional force, then when he saw the existence of Andrea and others with his own eyes, he would also understand that the Dark Dragon Odin must have held the legacies of the previous era in his hands. But why did the Kingdom of Mortals, from the Myrna Empire, only get things that were created by them? Where did the legacies of the previous era go? Brando couldn't help but think of the history of the Myrna people. The Myrna people were once the most powerful golden race. The warriors of the gods. One only needed to look at the dragons to understand how powerful the golden race was. But in the War of the Holy Saints, the level of power displayed by the Myrna people could only be regarded as slightly stronger than the Silver folk at best. It could be a powerful Silver Empire, but it was still far from being a kingdom of the Golden people. But there was no doubt that in the era of the Azure Knight, the Myrna people could definitely be regarded as the Golden Race, because the Azure Knight himself was a Myrna. In other words, the level of power of the Myrna Empire, from its inception to the end of the empire, was constantly declining. But, if the kingdom of the gods and the decline of the civilization before the Sixth War was due to the repeated invasions of the Dusk, if the decline of the power level of the mortal world since the War of the Holy Saints was due to the chain reaction caused by the reclusion of the Silver folk, then why was the empire of the Min-Er people constantly declining? Although the Earth Legion had been fighting against the Chaos Legion outside the elemental barrier since the middle to late period of the Myrna people, before that, the empire had been thriving, with neither foreign enemies nor divisions, and had experienced a rather long period of peace. In such an era, not only was the level of power of the empire, but even technology and civilization were regressing. This was too inconsistent with the development of things. There was only one possibility in Brando's mind that could explain this. That was the plan of the gods and Martha, the age of the mortals. Only this reason could explain why the Myrna people consciously gave up the legacy of civilization from the previous era and began to carve out a path of their own. Only this reason could explain the reclusion of the silver folk, as well as the concealment of the truth from the mortals. But all of this was just a guess in his mind for the time being. In fact, this guess had existed in his mind ever since he arrived at the elemental border. It was only after he met Andrea and the other war goddesses and confirmed the true identity of the Earth Army that it became even more deeply rooted. But this was not enough. He vaguely felt that he had grasped something, but further evidence was needed. There were too many necessary links missing in these guesses. He had a hunch that there might be another truth behind this secret, but the memories of Andrea and the others were limited. The war goddesses were actually created as combat weapons, and apart from the memories of war, they did not have much memory of their birthplace, the Silver Plains, as well as everything about the past era. But from what they said, there was another tribe that was stranded in Wone for some reason, and this tribe was undoubtedly Freya's ancestors. This bloodline that had been passed down from generation to generation in the human world was obviously more likely to have memories of the past. This was why Brando was so concerned about this issue. On the one hand, it was because he hoped that Freya could solve the mystery of her own origins, but on the other hand, it was for this guess. He had a thought that this might be related to the final answer: what was the era of mortals, and what did the gods and Martha want to do? Brando walked along the corridor of the courtyard while telling this thought to Freya. Of course, he left out the most bizarre and inconceivable part. This was because he could not explain to Freya what the so-called technology and the knowledge of his previous life were. He could only tell Freya that her origins might be related to the Myrnas and the secret left behind by the Darkness Dragon. Freya fell into deep thought. She thought for a moment and suddenly thought of something. I don't know much about my parents, Brendel. Everything about the past is just hearsay. Her Highness once suggested that I go to Fënorn and visit my mother's family if I have the chance. She has the bloodline of the mountain people, and most of the mountain people have long records of their own clan and history. And this, the Valkyrie said as she took off a necklace from her neck. This is something my mother left for me. Uncle and aunt gave it to me during my coming-of-age ceremony. This is something your parents left behind? Brando was shocked. This is too precious, Freya. It's nothing, Brando. Freya shook her head. I have very little memories of my parents. If it can help you find clues about my mother, it's much more meaningful than itself. Besides, there's a more important reason, isn't there? Brando took the necklace that still had a trace of the girl's body temperature and held it in his hand. It was a beautiful silver pendant with a very ordinary moonstone embedded in it. Freya looked at him holding the necklace in his hand and blushed slightly. She probably remembered where this necklace was kept close to her body. Brando inspected the necklace. The two of them did not speak for a while. The corridor was silent, and only the faint moonlight could be seen. The Valkyrie took 2 steps and suddenly slowed down. She stopped and called out softly, Brando. Brando was startled. He did not find anything suspicious about this necklace. This necklace seemed to be a very ordinary relic. It carried a mother's blessing and longing for her daughter. He heard Freya call his name from behind. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt his body tighten. A pair of arms came from behind and hugged his chest tightly. Brando immediately shut his mouth. I'll wait for you in Erewhon. Freya pressed her cheek against his back and said softly, almost trembling. Everyone will be fine, right? Brando nodded. Yes, everything will be fine. Whether it was this world or the people he wanted to protect. Chapter 1351. Battle cries came faintly from the other side of the mountain. Knights in heavy armor were climbing to the top of the mountain step by step. They looked up, and through the gaps of their metal masks, they could see the boundary between the knife-edge cliff and the sky. White mist gushed out of their mouths and intertwined in the cold air. From time to time, there were stones rolling down the mountain stream under their feet, making crashing sounds. The armor of these knights was very different from the heavy and practical armor of the crew's people. The surface of the armor was shiny and covered with beautiful lines. Under the metal plates were thick fur for warmth. Every knight wore a long white cloak. Under the cloak, the cross and wild rose patterns on the breastplate appeared and disappeared with the knight's steps. The knights kept turning back to grab their companions. They moved forward in the steep mountain like a thin black line. Step by step, their line of sight gradually ascended until they passed the peak of the mountain. A gust of wind swept over, blowing their cloaks up. The knight walking at the front subconsciously grabbed his own cloak with a backhand grip. The earth-shattering battle cries were heard. All the sounds on the battlefield seemed to have been magnified 1,000 times in an instant. The long sound of the bugle horn and the thumping of the war drums seemed to have struck their hearts. The army was like a flood, rolling like thunder. The battlefield at Ordo's mountain pass was fully displayed in front of everyone. On the open slope, the only remaining knight of the crew's people were attacking the black mass of the Crystal Cluster army. Layers of deep purple flashes appeared in the ocean, from time to time, wave after wave, like a gale sweeping across the sea. Looking down, the entire battlefield at Ordo's mountain pass was completely intertwined. The black and red torrents separated each other. All kinds of flags fluttered in the ocean and were swallowed by waves from time to time. The colorful aristocratic coalition army was collapsing, and the heavy infantry of the crew's people were like the mainstay of the entire battlefield, facing the repeated attacks of the Crystal Cluster army. They were like a rock standing in the middle of the raging waves. The only hope of the crew's people was their heavy cavalry. They hoped that the heavy cavalry concentrated on the right wing could completely defeat the army in front of them before the main force of the Crystal Cluster army arrived. However, there was not much time left for them. The knight looked up. Thick clouds hung in the sky. On the land where the gloomy sky connected with the horizon of East Metz, a black ocean was spreading as far as the eye could see. He opened the metal mask, and the moonlight reflected in the depths of his eyes, sparkling. The knight turned around. The knight behind him had already raised a flag. The silver swallow-tailed flag was raised high in the strong wind. A shadow flew over everyone's heads and spread its wings. Its bony wings were more than 20 meters long. Together with the black-armored knight on its back, it swooped down into the valley. One after another, bone dragons flew out from between the steep peaks. They flew above and above the knights, and their shadows constantly streaked across the mountaintops. Should we believe them? Master Rodrigo? The knight shook his head. I've never believed in the cunning creatures of darkness, but we can't control them now. Carry out the orders of His Holiness the Pope. Blow the horn. Vahina could not remember how many times she had killed her way into the enemy's formation. Although she was a student of the Legion commander, she was not in a better state at the moment. Her body was covered in blood, and almost all of it was her own. She did not know how many wounds there were under her armor. When exhaustion came, the secretion of adrenaline began to decrease. The pain came like a tidal wave, and cold sweat began to seep out. The biting cold wind from the mountain pass blew, and it was bone-chilling. She had already thrown away her magic spear. It was left on the body of a medium-sized crystal cluster. She could not pull it out. The spear pierced through the monster's core and directly nailed it to the battle formation. She then switched to her own sword to fight the crystalline sparks. After killing 2 small crystalline sparks, the fine-quality glimmering longsword also broke with a clang. A crystal cluster pounced on her. She roared and used all her strength to stab the broken sword into the pupil of a crystal cluster. The crystal cluster let out a sharp cry and fell back. However, after losing her sword, she was immediately faced with a desperate situation. The surging crystal clusters overturned her earth dragon. She lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. Then, the earth dragon toppled over. The young lady of the flower and leaf collar screamed and felt that her legs immediately lost feeling. Tears gushed out of her eyes uncontrollably. She knew that her leg was broken. Fortunately, the drake did not completely crush her. Otherwise, this creature, which weighed nearly 10 tons, would have killed her in an instant. But it was almost the same. Vahina looked at the crystal clusters that rushed at her in despair. Her legs were crushed under the drake's body, and she could not pull them out in a short time. Her companions were already far away, and the night would not stop on the battlefield. Only death was left for her. Sister, she seemed to hear her sister Elise anxiously calling her name in the army. But how could that be? It was so far away, and Elise could not see her in the chaos. Even if she saw her sister, how could she hear Elise's voice? The heavy knight's front line was at least a few miles away from the Buga mages. But when she heard her sister's voice, she could not stop her tears. She struggled to straighten her body and looked at the back of the battlefield in despair. It was as if she wanted to see her sister, her brother, and her father there. "I'm sorry, I'm going to die." At the last moment of her life, the first thing that appeared in Vahina's mind was her mother's pale and gentle face. Then, that face disappeared into the darkness, replaced by a face full of heroic spirit that was calm and composed. The razor-sharp claws tore through her armor in an instant. Vahina felt herself flying high into the air, as if everything in the world was spinning. She felt as light as a feather, as if everything was weightless. Then, she felt her eyelids getting heavier and heavier. Her vision seemed to be covered by blood, and a heavy wave of fatigue swept over her. Then, darkness. Cold, silent darkness. "Damn it, country bumpkin." Veronica's face was gloomy, and she grabbed Elise's arm tightly. The latter cried and called out her sister's name, but soon, her voice became hoarse, and she only had the strength to cry. She watched as her sister's figure was drowned by the crystal clusters. Her small body seemed to have lost all strength in an instant, and she knelt down powerlessly, kneeling on the cold sand. The female army was expressionless. As the commander of this war, she could not show the slightest sign of wavering. But Vahina's accident was like a sharp sword that pierced straight into her heart, and her lips were a little pale. At this moment, all she could do was gently help Elise up, and quietly hugged the crying little girl in her arms. She did not say a word, and waited for the heavy cavalry to bring the final result of this battle. Whether it was hope or despair. Elise wailed in her arms. There was not much time left. The crystal cluster army was coming from the direction of Mihodafen, and the tremors on the ground could be felt from more than 10 miles away. Small stones jumped on the ground as if they were indicating something. The light cavalry reserves of the crew's people stood on the mound silently, and rows of knights were looking back on horseback. Between the rolling hills and the sky, there was a faint black line. The nobles' faces were ashen. Many people were looking back, and the mound shook for the first time, and some people had already collapsed on the ground. Veronica hugged Elise quietly, and for the first time, she did not draw her sword on the battlefield, and the knuckles of her hands were a little pale. After decades of military life, she actually felt her hands trembling, because this war was destined to bury the fate of the crew's people. Late King Guilt, what did we do wrong? Why are you punishing us like this? Some people had already questioned the wind with grief and indignation. It's over, it's all over, the empire is finished. Some people were desperate, but some people's hearts were full of heroic spirit. Little Pero looked sympathetically at Elise, who was crying so hard that she was almost exhausted. He also felt some pity for Vahina's death. She was a good girl, but he did not think that such a death was worth sighing over, because it was the rightful end of a night. Unlike others, he witnessed the desperate and tragic battlefield in front of him, but there was not much fear in his heart. There was only boiling hot blood and full of fighting spirit. What was there to fear about death? A glorious battle, to be buried in horsehide, was the warrior's way home. Thinking of this, little Pero strode to Veronica and said loudly, "Her Excellency Legion Commander, Master, order the Light Cavalry Legion to attack. We have no chance, we can only seek survival in death." He said firmly, "I am not afraid of death, but I ask for a battle." Veronica turned back and looked at him. Little Pero was the son of Sir Loston. He was once a member of the Folded Sword Knight Order, and also fought side by side with Brando and Freya during the Battle of the Deadly Frost Forest, but after that incident, he stayed in Erewhon because of the eldest son of the Emperor, and his identity was also removed from the folded sword knight order. At this moment, Veronica appointed him to replace the dead Viscount Lasca as the commander of the Light Cavalry Reserve, because she valued his outstanding talent for cavalry command. And his fearless courage. At least the crew's people have courage. Veronica replied. Her voice was carried far away from the battlefield by the wind. The Light Cavalry Legion, which was still somewhat restless, turned solemn, and the people on horseback looked sideways, as if they had gained courage and strength from these words. Chapter 1352. The crew's people still had courage. The crew's people had never lacked courage. In that darkest era, who was the first to stand up, lead the mortals, and raise the flag of rebellion against the Empire? It was the crew's people. What was the path of the Golden Flame? It was an unyielding struggle, a struggle against oppression, against fate, and against life itself. The crew's people had always looked down on the Aenir people because the Fanzan people once bowed to the Myrna people and became their slaves for 400 years. Among the four empires, only the crew's people could maintain this pride that had been passed down from generation to generation, as if it was inherited in their blood. Because the crew's people would never bow their heads. The light cavalry regained their backbone just because of Veronica's words. They raised their heads, puffed out their chests, and pulled out their sabers. The blades shone like snow. As if infected by the light cavalry, the noble coalition army on the mound, who had behaved unsightly, straightened their legs for a moment, and the crooked ranks also became orderly. The noise from the crowd quieted down. Veronica shut her mouth and no longer spoke. She was the commander of the Azure Legion, the Azure Sword Saint of the crew's people. She had witnessed countless wars, swords, and life and death exchanges. She had long since become indifferent. Teacher? Go, the female commander nodded. Don't look back, as many as you can escape, bring out the hope of the Empire, as long as there is still one crew's person alive. Little Pero nodded firmly. He turned around and took 2 steps towards the mound where the Light Cavalry Legion was located. He stopped again, turned his head, and smiled brightly, revealing his snow-white teeth. Those blue eyes seemed to contain the most dazzling brilliance. The Legion moved. The crew's people finally put their last trump card in this war, but in fact, it was all in one throw. The Crystal Legion behind them was already clearly visible, and for the crew's people, even if they broke through the line in front of them, the long road of escape had just begun. Countless people were destined to fall on this path, and those who survived would become the hope of the Empire. The nobles mounted their horses and unsheathed their swords. In the past 1,000 years, they had lost a lot of things. Courage, glory, and the responsibility of nobles. But at this moment, they had to fight for themselves. They had to survive or die on the battlefield like a real knight. The female legion commander's words seemed to have some kind of miraculous effect. No one complained, and no one whispered. Everyone understood their own fate, and everyone chose their own fate. Everyone gathered together. Veronica placed Elise on the horse's back and held her in her arms. She turned the horse around and drew her sword for the first time in the battle. It wasn't the azure firmament. That sword had long been lost. This sword was given to her by Brando. It was a fantasy-grade magic sword called Rose Tower. It was a gift from the Bugas to the Abes, and the young man had given it to her when he came to the Empire. He said that it was a gift to his master's wife for the sake of his teacher. Although she didn't know what a master's wife was, she could vaguely guess what it meant. She couldn't help but snort softly, thinking that this damn brat. And then there was that person. Veronica's thoughts seemed to have returned to a long time ago, to her youth, the memories of her fighting side by side with that person. Under the command of Marshal Darius, they won glorious victories one after another. Then, it was a break. For the Empire, for each other's different ideals and loyalty, as if 2 separate paths were going further and further away from each other. She couldn't help but sigh softly. Then, the sword in her hand was raised high. Crew's people, attack. That seemed to be a word of death. It was also the last order. However, a long horn sound suddenly resounded through the entire battlefield, drowning out all other sounds on the battlefield, drowning out the neighing of horses, the clashing of metal, and the thunderous sound of hooves. It also drowned out the order that had spread far and wide. Everyone turned their heads and looked in a certain direction on the battlefield. On the mountain peak, a silver flag shone. On the swallow-tailed flag, the white scepter and the lion's mane were as dazzling as the first light of dawn. Fans and people. Silver Horse Cavalry Regiment. Since the First Holy War broke out in Ordos, perhaps the descendants of the Cruz people never thought that one day, the descendants of the Aenir people, Fanzin's Holy Knight, would save them from their desperate situation on the battlefield. But when did the Fanzin's Holy Knight set off from Silver Horse City and come here at this moment to save the Empire? Perhaps 1,300 years ago, when the Cruz people saw the wind elf giant Eagle Knight appear from the horizon on the Great Plains, they had the same feeling. Only at this moment, the nobles of the Cruz people finally remembered that an era ago, they were once allies who fought side by side. Although there were hundreds or even hundreds of years of hatred and misunderstanding, although there were several or even dozens of generations of conspiracies and conflicts, when the descendants of the Cruz people fell into a desperate situation, the descendants of the Aenir people still came. A roar came from the top of the mountain. Cruz people, do you still remember the sacred oath? This roar, through the power of magic, spread throughout the battlefield. Countless Cruz people had tears in their eyes at this moment in front of their former enemy. The knight raised the spears in their hands, pointed high to the sky, and rushed to the battlefield with their left hands on their chests. Let the heavens bear witness, let Martha bear witness. The oath was still in effect. A shadow first fell on the battlefield. The Cruz people thought that they could see the silver horse knight flying in the sky, but they found that they were wrong because they saw dragons. To be exact, they were humorous dragons. Countless humorous dragons swept in from both sides of the valley like pale sickles. There were so many of them that they covered the entire battlefield in an instant. What the hell is this? Everyone was stunned. Before they could react, the most powerful undead creatures in the world had flown over the battlefield one by one, and hundreds of frost breaths swept across the Crystal Legion army. In an instant, the Crystal Legion army blocking in front of the Ordos mountain pass was in chaos. The humorous dragons didn't stop but continued to fly forward. Behind the Cruz people, a dense shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless Crystal Legions were descending from the clouds. The main force of the Crystal Legion army had arrived. Countless humorous dragons formed a standard arrow formation and collided head-on without stopping. Veronica didn't have time to be surprised when she saw this. She knew that the only chance on the battlefield had appeared. Her legs squeezed the belly of her horse tightly, and she immediately rushed to the battlefield with her horse. Kurlutzians. She took the lead and shouted, "Charge! Kill!" The knights seemed to have woken up from a dream. They immediately shouted in unison and swept toward the front of the battlefield. The light cavalry legion rolled down like an avalanche, and in an instant, the situation of the entire battlefield was affected. The morale of the aristocratic alliance army was high, and they turned into a torrent and followed closely behind. The Crystal Legion army at the front of the battlefield immediately began to adjust their formation. It was as if there was an invisible and powerful will controlling them, causing these dull creatures to rush forward without fear of death. They wanted to drag the Cruz people here. At this moment, both sides understood. Life and death would be decided in this instant. But it was at this moment. A bright sword light suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The sword light was like the rising sun. It rose slowly in the dark night and exploded in an instant. In just an instant, it was thousands of meters long and wide. With a slanted sword, the entire battlefield was cut open. The bright sword light was as fast as a bolt of lightning, but in everyone's eyes, it was so slow that it seemed like time was flowing on the blade. It lightly swept across the battlefield and landed in the midst of the Crystal Cluster army that was charging at them. Even the Buga Silver Robe Wizard Regiment, Holy See Vala, the Saintess of the Leo Holy Palace, Luoan, and the others who were guiding the spell to bless the entire legion couldn't help but raise their heads and look in this direction. When the 37 Flame family knight left on the battlefield saw this sword light, they couldn't help but tremble. The peak of the supreme realm, one step away from the sage. This sword light. It cut open the Crystal Legion army from the middle. Thousands of Crystal Legions turned into flying ashes under this sword light. A passage of hundreds of meters wide was cut open between the Crystal Legion army. Under the moonlight, a man and a sword slowly passed through this passage as if there was no one around, and came to the front of Cru's people. When Veronica saw that man, she was already shocked. Mephisto, Ash Sword Saint? Mephisto stood alone on the battlefield. He sheathed his sword with one hand and carried the giant sword on his back again. On both sides of him, before the Crystal Legion army could rush forward again, they were already surged by Cruz's heavy knight. The torrent of heavy knights separated from both sides of him, and this sword saint seemed to be going against the current in the turbulence. He walked step by step to Veronica. Only then did the commander see clearly that there was another person beside Mephisto. Mephistopheles? She was stunned and quickly tightened the reins. However, Elise, who was in her arms, suddenly exclaimed, "Sister." The vampire youth held the injured and unconscious knight's daughter in his arms. He tilted his head and smiled cutely, revealing his small white fangs. "Mistress is a little injured, but fortunately, it shouldn't be a big problem." "Mistress?" Elise was surprised. For a moment, she even jumped off the horse to care about her sister's injury and stopped on the horse's back. "Very good." Rodrigue then withdrew his gaze from the battlefield and nodded. "The Kurlutz people are at least decent. Compared to those nobles in the country who can't help up the wall, I'd rather deal with real warriors, even if they used to be enemies." The knights laughed loudly. Silver Pegasi were flapping their wings and landing on the top of the mountain. The knights took off their cloaks one by one and threw them aside. Then, they mounted their horses and pulled out their swords. "Now it's our turn. Order of the Silver Horse, attack." Chapter 1353. Madara's everlasting city was a city built at the intersection of the Rothasher River and the River of Sudden Death. Rothasher meant eternal in the ancient language of the mountain people. These two rivers flowed south for more than 700 kilometers before emptying into the Sea of Everlasting Death at the Tochik region. The two rivers flowed through the most prosperous areas of Madara. Even in this land, there were many humans living there. For example, in the capital of the undead, there were close to 120,000 humans, elves, and other living creatures living there. The undead population was relatively small, unless the unintelligent low-level undead were included. With living creatures, there was a need for survival materials. Besides, the necromancers needed all kinds of materials, and the dark nobles needed ores, armor, weapons, and all kinds of materials. Hence, commercial activities were born. Therefore, Madara's everlasting city was not the dark, silent, gloomy, and desolate city that people imagined. This city was also full of its unique life. You could see shops, workshops, and even mills and bars. There were also public buildings such as libraries and bathhouses. It was not much different from what you would see in other big cities of this era that were full of urban atmosphere. However, unlike the human cities in the southern border of Erewhon and the Cruz Empire, the undead cities were often solemn and quiet. Most of the buildings were tall and majestic, and were generally filled with religious colors. These buildings were often built with cold materials such as obsidian and marble, creating a solemn and well-defined atmosphere. As everyone knew, the undead worshipped order, and they were Martha's fanatics. Therefore, in this city, the streets and alleys were straight and straight. You couldn't see random objects, messy alleys, wandering peddlers, or illegally built buildings. The whole city gave off a faint militarized atmosphere. There were very few pedestrians on the streets. If it was not necessary, the residents of this city would rarely go out and chat. You could rarely see idle people, because those who did not work would be turned into undead and thrown into the military camp. Here, the women's job was to give birth, and the men had to work for the prosperity of the Roman Black Rose. Everyone had something to do. In short, Madara did not keep idle people. As a traveler with a modern soul, Brando was not interested in this atmosphere. The diverse modern society advocated freedom and individuality. Although he was not a radical liberal, he was more or less influenced by it. He did not like this kind of ultra-conservative and militarized closed society. However, it was always easier to destroy order than to build it. Since the arrival of the goddess of the dead moon less than a week ago, the undead society had collapsed before his eyes. At this moment, he was walking on a street with others. His eyes swept across the ruins of the buildings on the street. As far as his eyes could see, the street in the early morning was covered with a thin layer of fog, mixed with the dust on the ruins, forming a haze. The visibility on the street was extremely low. He did not use his special perception ability. He could only vaguely see people walking around in the fog in the distance, rummaging through the ruins for valuables. A week ago, this street used to be an orderly craftsman area. The bear goblin craftsmen who allied with the undead built armaments here for the necromancers. However, in the disaster, the buildings collapsed one after another, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The street was also covered with terrible cracks, and occasionally, lava could be seen spewing out from them. Everywhere, there were granite deposits formed by the accumulation of magma after it cooled down. The order of the undead had long disappeared. Now, there were not many people left here. The dark nobles had evacuated the city as early as 3 days after the disaster, and the army continued to stay in the city to fight against the descendants of the evil gods. Later, the Queen of Madara evacuated most of the civilians. After that, the necromancers and the army under their command began to gradually withdraw from the city. Most of the people who were still in the city now missed the best time to evacuate, or were abandoned. The undead did not have any guarantees for their people. They only made the most efficient choice. Seeing this group of people marching to the center of the city from afar, the refugees in the fog became restless and began to move closer. Most of these people were humans and elves in the city. They hoped to be taken out of the city, or at least to avoid the descendants of the evil gods. But obviously, their hopes were dashed. Before they could get close, the Black Knight on the periphery of the group rushed over, raised his cold long sword, and drove these people away. Seeing the Black Knight, these people showed a look of despair. The Black Knight was the most indifferent and ruthless creature among the undead. Moreover, the person who could control them must be a big figure among the dark nobles. Why would the big figure care about their life and death? Walking beside Brando, Huang Hua saw this scene and frowned. She seemed to want to say something, but seemed to have some concerns and did not speak. Brando noticed the look on his student's face. He turned to Queen Madara and said, "Those people are your people." "In the kingdom of the undead, there is no concept of people," Queen Madara said faintly. "There is only value. They used to be valuable, so they could survive here. But now they have lost the value of their existence, so they can only fend for themselves." Brando found it hard to imagine that such a kingdom could be cohesive, but there was no doubt that the people who lived here had accepted this logic from the moment they were born. And those who came to Madara from the outside world were all people who had escaped into the darkness and were exiled. Since they had chosen this path, they had to accept all the rules of the dark world. Taking these people out of here is as easy as lifting a finger for you. I never give alms. This is not alms. I ask you to do so, Brando replied firmly. Queen Madara frowned. Why? Brando looked at Huang Hua beside him and replied, because this is my student's choice. As a teacher, I don't want her to express her thoughts because of other reasons. As he spoke, he said to Huang Hua, "It is not wrong to be compassionate. You are my student, so you don't have to worry about others. If you think it is right in your heart, then you should express it to strengthen your position and will." Huang Hua was a little moved. She bowed deeply and said, "Teacher, Huang Hua understands." "Meaningless action," Queen Madara replied. "But I agree. This is because of your value. When I leave this city, I will take these burdens with me." In addition to the accompanying Black Knight, there were also Fang Qi, Mr. Liu, and the others. Princess Magadal was also among them. Mr. Lu did not have much sympathy for these people of Madara, and his face was expressionless. Fang Qi obviously did not agree with Brando's point of view. He even pursed his lips. Only the nun princess's furrowed brows relaxed when she heard his explanation. Indeed, for Brando, this action was meaningless. Perhaps he could save a few more people, but for the rest, it was just a drop in the bucket. Meanwhile, it had nothing to do with his sympathy. That was because he could not confirm whether those people were worth saving or not. He also did not have the time to differentiate between the good and the bad. He just had to tell his students that if they believed that they were right, they had to persevere. Being overly cautious, was that what a warrior would do? Fortunately, Huang Hua seemed to have noticed this point. After this small interlude, the group continued to move forward. Their destination was the meditation sacred ground in the holy temple of the dying moon. To be exact, it was the completed teleportation circle there. Ever since the descent of the goddess of the dying moon, the holy temple of the dying moon, which had suffered the most damage, had long been turned into a forbidden area. Now, the Black Knight directly under Her Majesty had firmly guarded the place. On one hand, it was to prevent people with evil intentions from entering, and on the other hand, it was to prevent the children of the evil god from escaping from the crack and destroying the teleportation circle. According to the agreement between Brando and the Queen of Madara, they would be teleported to the central area near the dying moon's inland sea to search for the legendary stagnation realm, solve the mystery of the emerald, and find the nature's orb. And after sending them off, the undead would completely abandon the city. The undead would complete an unprecedented migration under the will of the Mercury Staff. They would eventually split into two groups. One group would go to Erewhon or Cruz, and the other group would go east to Saint Asul, if Freya's message of peace could be approved by the Wind Elves. Freya had already left the land of eternal death on a flying dragon earlier in the day, accompanied by the former marshal of the Antiburo Principality, Frank, and Lady White Mist. Brando knew that what she was about to bring back to Erewhon might not be a gentle reform, and with an expert like Frank accompanying her, the goddess of war's personal safety could at least be guaranteed. Moreover, for the alliance between Tanajul and the princess, the White Wolf Sword Saint was also a peak combat power that the alliance urgently needed. This was because Brando had already heard from Freya that Greysword Saint Mephistopheles did not return to Erewhon. It was possible that, like Medisha, there was a problem with long-distance teleportation. And Lady White Mist's understanding of some of the secrets of the era before the war between the Twilight Dragon and the Holy Saints was enough to help the princess and Amandina sort out their thoughts on how to deal with the upcoming war against the Twilight Dragon. Moreover, she was also a powerful mage, although she rarely showed it. Chapter 1354. With the help of these two, Brando had reason to believe that Freya's journey would be much smoother, as long as there weren't any major changes in the Erewhon kingdom. On the other hand, Medisha and Hippamra had bid farewell to him nearly a week ago and were heading to the Planeswalker training grounds with the seven-pole dragon queen, Fuchsia. According to the evil dragon king, they might be able to make it in time for the upcoming adventure. However, Brando had already told the two ladies in advance that if they couldn't make it to the central area of the Dead Moon's Sea to meet him after the training grounds, Fuchsia would bring them back to Erewhon to help Freya and the princess quell any unrest that might arise in the kingdom. Because according to Queen Madara, the alliance of the dragons and the Kurluts had suffered a huge defeat in East Metz. Although there was no news of how heavy the losses were, the death of Oanlos meant that the dragons had lost their last dragon king at this moment. Under such circumstances, the only dragon queen left was the exiled Fuchsia. If Fuchsia were to return at this time, she might really be able to regain the throne of the dragon queen. And if Fuchsia were to head to Cruz to take on this heavy responsibility, then Medisha and Hippamra would be on the same route as her. In the end, Andrea and the Silver Elf had to travel with the migrating undead. The only ones left who could complete the mission with Brando were Huang Hua, Fang Qi, and Delphian. Mr. Lu also chose to participate in this mission because he had to travel with the Jade Phoenix Queen. As for the people around Fang Qi who originally belonged to the Phantom Chariot, Brando dismissed them. A few elders were handed over to the Queen of Madara for her to monitor. The only exception was Princess Magadal. Originally, Brando wanted to let the princess return to Erewhon with Blanche and find a way to return to the Antiburo Duchy from Erewhon. But he didn't expect Andrea to suggest bringing the princess along. Princess Magadal also expressed her wish, and it was said that it had something to do with her background. Brando couldn't reject this reason and had no choice but to agree. That was why she appeared in this team. In fact, ever since the nun princess obtained the Book of Gaia, Andrea and her goddess of war colleagues had been taking turns to teach her how to use the power of the Creator. Although the princess had almost never participated in a real battle, the instincts and memories of the other personality buried deep in her soul were still present. Her learning progress was quite good, and she could be considered to have the strength to protect herself. Brendel did not think too much about the princess's combat prowess, but he did not reject her because he had promised Blanc. Besides, he was also very curious about the secrets of the Silver Plains. The withered and dilapidated scene of the city of the undead seemed to have affected the mood of the people in the team. Except for the argument, not many people spoke along the way. Fang Qi pulled out the sacred jade sword from the scabbard from time to time and carefully wiped it, looking a little bored. Mr. Liu didn't say a word, and his expression was solemn, not much different from usual. Both Princess Magadal and Huang Hua seemed to have a lot on their minds. The former was obviously worried about her background, while the latter was worried about the legends of the Twilight War that she had heard over and over again. In any case, this princess of the Jade Phoenix bloodline didn't forget her identity. What she cared about, besides her own cultivation, was the future of the Nine Phoenix Kingdom. Soon, the team arrived at the Dying Moon Temple. This temple looked even more shocking than a few days ago. This temple used to be the tallest and most majestic building in the city of the undead, but now there was almost no sign of the solemn and sacred aura of the past. The main body of the temple had almost collapsed, leaving only a thin wall that was on the verge of collapse, as if it would collapse at any time if a gust of wind blew past. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless stretch of ruins. Only a small number of side palace buildings could survive, but most of them were severely damaged. There were either terrible cracks on the surface, or there was a problem with the internal support structure. Although the whole building didn't seem to have any problems on the surface, the foundation was actually faintly tilting in one direction. The side hall where the meditation sanctum was located was one of them. Because Queen Madara had long expected the fall and descent of the goddess of the undead, she had reinforced the place where the teleportation circle was built. Therefore, the building where the meditation sanctum was located was the best preserved part of the temple at this moment. The Black Knight was patrolling the periphery of this temple at this moment. This was the central area where the goddess of the undead descended, but because of some powerful undead creatures, there were the least number of descendants of the Diablo here. In fact, after a few days of fierce fighting, most of the descendants of the Diablo were driven to the east of the city. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many refugees here. Because Queen Madara was accompanying them, the Black Knight turned a blind eye to Brando and the others, and the group quickly filed into the meditation sanctum. The altar that Delphian saw a week ago had been completed. Brando walked through the courtyard of the meditation sanctum and saw the portal. It looked similar to the door of flame in the Holy Cathedral of Fire. A circular arch stood on the altar, and the arch was covered with various patterns. With Brando's elementalist level, he obviously couldn't understand a word of this level of magic runes. However, most spatial magic was similar, so it wasn't surprising that it was exactly the same as the portal in the Holy Cathedral of Fire. He noticed that at this moment, the figures of the undead and the bear goblin craftsman that he saw a few days ago could no longer be seen around the altar. There were only 22 wizards in black robes in a circle, each holding a bone staff. These people were obviously the wizards who would be in charge of the activation of the magic array later. There was no peerless master like the great sage of the Cruz Empire in Madara, so to activate a teleportation array of this level, they could only rely on numbers. Brando could see at a glance that these black-robed wizards were all liches, and each of them had at least the strength of elemental activation or even elemental enlightenment. The strength of these liches was not at the top in Madara, and they barely reached the upper level of combat power. Queen Madara had left them here, obviously with the idea that in case of an accident, they could be abandoned. From this point, Brando once again felt the way the undead did things, cold and direct. In fact, Brendel had already experienced long-distance teleportation when he was outside of the elemental border. The teleportation gate built by the undead was a directional teleportation gate, which was much more stable and safe than the one Medisa and the others used in Rushta. It was not something that could be compared to the teleportation gate that he used to pass through the space turbulence. Therefore, Brando did not appear to be nervous, and walked directly to the teleportation altar. Next was Phoenix Flame. As the princess of the Jade Phoenix bloodline, she was obviously no stranger to teleportation, and calmly followed her teacher to the altar. Fang Qi, Mr. Liu, and Delphian were also quite calm, but Princess Magadal, who had experienced long-distance teleportation, was a little nervous, and her face was a little pale. Brando comforted her in a low voice, temporarily diverting the princess's attention and calming her down. After everyone had walked to the altar, the Queen of Madara looked up and said, "Before you leave, I have to remind you that the dangers of this trip are unpredictable, and I can't guarantee that you can come back alive. In fact, I have another set of plans, and if you can't come back, I have a way to deal with it." Brando knew that she was talking about the agreement between Haku and Ekis, but before he could say anything, the Prime Minister's daughter beside him smiled and said, "Your Majesty, since the dangers are unpredictable, then there is nothing to say. Lady Martha is protecting us." The Queen of Madara shook her head coldly and said, "The will of the Roman Black Rose is that if there is a chance, and if there is value, we are willing to accept any price." For the undead, there is nothing more terrible than eternal death, but even if it is eternal death, we can face it calmly. However, for a weak race like you can't understand our coldness, not only to others, but also to ourselves. We will not leave any last words, because it is meaningless, but I think you may have additional requests. Your Majesty, please take back your words. Phoenix Flame raised her head and said firmly, "The inheritor of the Jade Phoenix also has the courage to face everything, even death. Otherwise, we would not have chosen this path. But death is not terrible, little girl." "You will never understand that," the Queen of Madara replied. Brando saw that the argument was going to continue, so he frowned and interrupted the Queen, "Leave the last words to others. I have a question for you, Your Majesty." The Queen of Madara looked back at him and said, "Speak." "For Madara, if you want to reconcile with Saint Tossol and Fanzan, there is a better choice than Erewhon, isn't there?" "You mean the Bugas?" The Queen of Madara seemed to have expected this question. Brendel nodded. This was actually a question that had been in his heart for a long time. He had suppressed this question for a long time before finally asking. Even though he had some guesses in his heart, he still hoped to get a definite answer from the other party. After the Fallen Moon disaster, the Bugas lost their kingdom in the sky. Now the speed of information transmission between the continents is slower than in any previous era. The Bugas can't teleport back and forth between their monitoring point and the floating city like in the past, so they may not have time to know everything that is happening here, the Queen of Madara replied, but this is only one of the reasons. The second reason is that the relationship between the Bugas and the Wind Elves may not be as good as you think. What do you mean? Brando's heart skipped a beat and asked. The Bugas have always been in conflict with the four empires. Whether it is the Crews, Fanzan, or the Wind Elves, they are not happy that someone is above them and telling them what to do. Moreover, before the Fallen Moon disaster, a considerable number of the Bugas had actually returned to the Earth. In order to fight for the slate, there was a lot of friction between them and the Wind Elves and Fanzan. In fact, as far as the last news I received, a branch of the Bugas was in a state of war with the Wind Elves. Although a full-scale war has not broken out, the Wind Elves may not choose to believe their enemy at this time. Brando completely understood when he heard this. Although history had deviated greatly, at least at this moment, it still stubbornly maintained its inertia. The Slate War still broke out, and the friction between the Bugas and the Wind Elves in history was the fuse of this war. But this was just the beginning, and there would be more serious things to come. After listening to the Queen of Madara's words, Brando was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "If your Majesty really wants to reconcile with the Wind Elves and Fanzan, and wants to fight against the Twilight Dragon, I have two things to warn your majesty. Oh. Chapter 1355. Suddenly, 6 doors of light appeared in the wilderness. Brendel, Magadol, Mr. Lu, Delphine, Huang Hua, and Fang Qi stepped out of the doors one after another. Then, they stepped into a patch of muddy ground. Damn it, what the hell is this place? Fang Qi immediately frowned. He had put on a black dragon-patterned overcoat, but now, the hem of his overcoat was completely soaked in the muddy water, and it was covered with rotten grass. However, before the others could mock him, they heard a plop. It turned out that because Huang Hua was too short, he lost his footing and fell into the quagmire when he took a step forward. Miss! Young lady Huang Hua! Everyone was flustered and exclaimed. Ha ha ha, my dear cousin, please get up. There's no need to be so polite. Fang Qi laughed as if he had forgotten about his predicament. Huang Hua clenched her teeth and climbed out of the mud. Her princess warrior suit was covered in mud and grass. Her hair was also covered in mud and water. The mud was falling down like a waterfall. Feeling wronged, she wiped her face with her arm, revealing her snow-white forehead under the mud. She turned around and stared coldly at Fang Qi. Are you okay? Brendel was speechless. He looked at his student biting her lower lip with a pale face, afraid that she would pull out her sword in anger. Huang Hua had always been clean, and this was worse than taking her life. Fortunately, Huang Hua had a calm and steady personality. Although she felt terrible, she could only shake her head. The height of the portal was nothing to her, but who would have guessed that there was a huge swamp below the portal? Magadol pulled the little princess to one side and took out some spare clothes from her backpack. Fortunately, she knew that this trip would take them through the lowland swamps in the northern part of the Dead Moon Inland Sea, so she was prepared in advance. Brando smiled bitterly and shook his head. His student's luck was really bad. Take this. He took out the cloak of the King of Giants from the floating celestial sphere and handed it over. He wondered if the King of Giants would be so angry that he would come back to life if he knew that his cloak was used by a little lady as a curtain to change clothes. Huang Hua took the cloak with both hands. She understood what her teacher meant and nodded gratefully. Magadol took the cloak from her hands and brought her to a dry hill not far away. She then opened the curtain and hid the little princess behind it. The Prime Minister's daughter, Delphine, turned around and said to the 3 men with a smile, My lord, Fang Qi, and Mr. Lu, would you gentlemen please excuse yourselves? Magadol did not know how sharp the eyes and ears of elemental awakeners were, but Delphine was very attentive. The mound where Phoenix Fire and the nun princess were at was not too far from here, so it was obviously not suitable. Brando could not help but feel a little awkward. He did not think of taking advantage of his student, but he did not think of this point. He and Mr. Lu nodded together, accepting Delphine's advice. Only Fang Qi snorted in disdain. As he walked away, he muttered under his breath, who would be interested in that washboard? It's a pity that Miss Delphine's heart belongs to someone else, and I'm not that guy's opponent. Mr. Lu and Brendel pretended not to hear his mutterings. After so many days, although the relationship between the Ghost Chariot and the Jade Phoenix clan was still not too harmonious, Mr. Lu already knew what kind of strange personality this genius of the Ghost Chariot, who was known as the Ghost Chariot's 1-in-1,000 years genius, had. His attention was already focused on the surrounding environment. As he walked away with Brando, he asked, Mr. Brando, where is this place? Brando looked around. This was obviously the central area of a wetland. The terrain was very flat, and there were low meadows all around. The grass was covered with shallots, long-stalked marigolds, reeds, and other vegetation. Looking carefully, he could even see large clumps of mushrooms and bird nests in the grass. A little further away, there was a connected pool. The water surface was as smooth as a mirror, as if it was embedded in the ground. As the wetland was shrouded in a thin layer of fog, the water surface was a little gloomy, and it was covered with water plants like water caltrops. Other than the crooked tree on the mound where Phoenix Fire and Magadol were, there was not a single tree in the fog. Brando used his dark perception and mind's eye ability to expand his range of perception to a few miles, and it was the same. This was obviously the lowland swamp to the north of the inland Sea of the Dead Moon. The Sudden Death River and Rosacher River flowed into the inland Sea of the Dead Moon, and the alluvial delta of the two rivers formed a large area of lowland. In addition, it was said that this land had been hit by a meteorite in the chaotic era, forming a small basin. The seawater flowed backwards, forming a large area of salt marshes near the sea. However, this place looked very lively, and it should not be the salt marshes near the sea. Brando quickly confirmed this and replied, when Queen Madara set up this teleportation point, she had sent people to investigate this place. This place is actually located at the edge of Tokik. Tokik is close to the eternal land of Madara, and to the east, it is connected to the territory ruled by the undead. Because of the conflict between the Empire and the undead, this is actually an ungoverned area. Lord Tokik is holed up in Tokik City, which is very far from here, so it is not actually the owner of this place. There are no trade caravans in the swamp, so there are no corresponding robbers and water bandits. However, in the year of the Golden Cup, a group of secret believers came here and took over this land. This is actually an area controlled by the Sheep's Head cult. They also built a few towns, one of which should be directly south of us, called Maltaha. Brando said according to the book. This information was given to him by Queen Madara, and there was also a map corresponding to it. In fact, even he could not be familiar with every area in Wonde, but for an emperor of the empire, this problem was very simple. Mr. Liu nodded and did not ask the naive question of why a group of Sheep's Head cult gathered here, but why Her Majesty Madara and the Waning Moon Temple were indifferent. The queen with the Mercury staff was very scheming, and naturally had her own political considerations and plans. Before the empire took action against the undead, she obviously would not easily intervene in Tokik's affairs. As for the current situation, it was even more impossible. Not long after, Huanghua changed her clothes, and caught up with Magadal and Delphian. Fang Qi commented on the little princess attire again, which made Huanghua frown. However, Brando's eyes lit up. Probably because she was trekking in the swamp, Huanghua had changed into a neat tight warrior's outfit, and her long black hair was tied into a ponytail. She held a sword in one hand, and looked like a heroic little beauty. The information given to him by Queen Madara said that this was the territory of the Sheep's Head cult, and it did not seem to be an exaggeration. Sure enough, it did not take long before they bumped into a group of black-robed cult members. In fact, the other party did not notice Brando and the others at all. Brando's will and perception were originally different from ordinary people. Coupled with his dark perception and mind's eye ability, he discovered the existence of these people through the mist from a few miles away. Therefore, when Brando and the others appeared in front of these people, these black-robed cult members were obviously a little surprised, and after a moment of shock, they pulled out their weapons from under their robes. However, they obviously misjudged the situation they were facing. Brando could smell the sulfur on these people from afar. In this world, only one kind of people would be so disgusting, and these black-robed people were undoubtedly the Sheep's Head cult members. After confirming this, he no longer held back and directly reached out his hand. The law of space and time surged out, and from a distance of nearly 100 meters, he pulled the leader of the Sheep's Head cult members out of the crowd and fixed him in midair. The leader of the Sheep's Head cult wanted to say a few words, or use the demon language to intimidate these ignorant people in front of him, but before he could finish his words, he felt himself being lifted into the air. For a moment, he could not help but be horrified, and the words he had prepared were naturally stuck in his throat. The remaining more than a dozen black-robed people obviously reacted. The opponent's performance was at least above the elemental level. Of course, in fact, above the elemental level was not possible, but the strongest of these Sheep's Head cult members were only elemental awakeners, and their imagination was not so rich. They knew that they were far from the opponent, and after looking at each other, they turned around and ran. Unfortunately, Brando did not intend to let these people go. If the hatred between Madara and Erewhon was only due to the different political positions of the countries, then these cultists were undoubtedly the public enemy of all the creatures of order in this world. He raised the leader of the Sheepshead cult members in his left hand, and at the same time raised his right hand and gently slashed at the escaping cultists. The silver law of space swept forward like a wave with him as the center, and in the blink of an eye, caught up with the Sheepshead cult members one by one. The Sheepshead cult members suddenly ran slower and slower, and the space and time around them seemed to be imprisoned. In the end, they could only maintain a single movement in place, like a motionless statue. Brando turned his head and said to the others, "Go and kill them, but remember to keep their robes, we still need them." Mr. Liu and Delphian immediately nodded, and the Prime Minister's daughter even pulled out her sword. Princess Magadal hesitated for a moment, and followed. Fang Qi was a little reluctant when he heard that he might have to wear the sulfuric robes, but he still pulled out the jade dragon sword and followed. Huang Hua was the last to move, but Brando stopped her. Chapter 1356. I'll leave this to you. Don't kill him. I still have something to ask him. Brendel loosened his grip, and the leader of the Sheephead cult fell from the air and landed on the ground like a dog eating mud. He had already seen that the leader of the Sheephead cult had the strength of elemental activation. He was perfect to be Huang Hua's opponent. Although Huang Hua's strength was a level higher than this guy's, it would be a challenge to capture him alive instead of killing him. Huang Hua obviously understood her teacher's meaning. Her dark eyes lit up slightly, and she drew her sword to meet the enemy. The Sheephead cult's fighting style was very strange. His weapon was a long whip burning with flames. While using the long whip to force Huang Hua to keep a distance from him, he could also chant a spell to summon a crimson little demon. Originally, for Huang Hua, it would only take 1 or 2 moves to end this person's life with the Desert Wind swordsmanship. The Desert Wind swordsmanship was a top swordsmanship for both long-range and short-range attacks. The guy thought that he could make Huang Hua unable to do anything to him by keeping a distance. Obviously, he was wrong. However, Brando asked Huang Hua to capture the Sheephead cult member alive instead of killing him, which limited her opportunity to use the Desert Wind swordsmanship. After all, the Desert Wind swordsmanship was the sword of the Red Lotus of Hellfire. It was the most lethal of the 3 swords of the 9 Phoenix. If she was not careful, she might not even be able to leave a complete corpse, let alone capture him alive. In addition, the little demons summoned by the Sheephead cult member were very difficult to deal with. Although their strength was only in the middle of the gold level, they had thick skin and inherited the consistent characteristics of hell creatures. They had strong regenerative abilities, were resistant to electricity and fire, and were not afraid of death. There were several opportunities for Huang Hua to get close to them, but she was blocked by these little demons. The leader of the Sheephead cult was obviously very experienced. As he retreated, he summoned 7 or 8 little demons. Brando knew that the opponent was still wary of him. Otherwise, he would have escaped from Huang Hua's attack range. He frowned. The number of little demons around Huang Hua had almost reached double digits. If his student could not think of a way, not to mention capturing the opponent alive, even defeating the opponent would be a problem. The leader of the Sheephead cult was obviously aware of this. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. He ignited the last demon scroll and threw it out, then suddenly turned and ran. The red parchment he threw out turned into ashes in the air. Sparks and shredded paper rose into the air and formed a flaming gate. A chain demon overlord strode out of the flaming gate and raised its right hand. Following a clattering noise, a black iron chain with a spiked iron ball flew toward Phoenix Fire. Brando could not help but shake his head when he saw this. Although Huang Hua's performance was remarkable, she was still too methodical. 9 Phoenix's 3 supreme swords were still binding her, making her think of how to defeat her opponent fair and square. This was the typical thought of a swordsman. He asked Huang Hua to capture the opponent alive, but the capture did not necessarily mean that the opponent would be unharmed. There were a few times when Huang Hua could easily win by cutting off the opponent's legs and hands. However, as a swordsman, Huang Hua persisted in her pursuit of perfection. For a real warrior, this was not a good thing. Other than fighting and winning, everything else was superfluous for a real warrior. The chain demon overlord was already an upper-middle demon in the scorching hell. Although he did not know how the leader of the sheephead cult, who was only elemental activated, summoned this thing, Brando was ready to make a move. He was worried that Huang Huo would be injured in the battle. But at this time, a bright and dazzling sword light was reflected in his eyes. Brando stopped what he was doing. The moment before the chain demon overlord's attack arrived, Huang Huo threw the sword in her hand out from the encirclement of the imps. With a ding sound, it hit the spiked ball accurately, knocking the iron spiked ball aside. It swept past several imps, bringing with it a whirlwind of flesh and blood. But Huang Huo lowered her body and grabbed the metal chain. She gritted her teeth, and her small body was swept up by the chain. Then she let go and took advantage of the momentum to jump, landing in front of the leader of the sheephead cult, who had escaped a considerable distance at this time. Huang Huo landed and rolled, splashing water. The leader of the sheephead cult only saw a flash in front of his eyes, and then he saw the little girl in front of him rushing towards him with a determined look. Damn it! He yelled angrily, but in the previous battle, he had already seen that the little girl was a swordsman. When she used the sword, she could only fight to a draw with him. At this moment, she had abandoned her sword and dared to come close to him. She was looking for death. But it just so happened that the leader of the sheephead cult was not surprised but happy. He thought that if he could catch the little girl to threaten the terrible guy before, he might be able to escape. Thinking of this, he took out the long whip from his arms again. The long whip was gently flung, and a raging flame had already ignited on it. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, it had to be realized in time. The leader of the sheephead cult raised the long whip and was about to swing it down, but he found that a white little hand had reached out first. He was horrified to see that the little hand was ignited with the same bright and red flame, grabbing his whip. This is impossible. The leader of the sheephead cult screamed in horror, "My flame whip!" Before he had finished speaking, Huang Huo had already stepped into the range of him. Her left hand pulled the long whip in her direction, and her right hand clenched into a fist as red as fire. The red lotus hellfire spewed out from between her fingers. From bottom to top, she punched the sheephead cult leader's chin heavily. There was a crisp sound, and the leader of the sheephead cult's chin suddenly shattered. His whole body flew high, and then fell heavily into the pool. He struggled on the ground twice to get up, but the injury was too serious. Soon he lost his strength and lay on the ground again. As soon as the leader of the sheephead cult fell, the little demon and the chain demon lord that he had maintained with his spiritual power suddenly disappeared, as if they had never existed. Huang Huo was covered in mud, and the clothes that she had just changed into were all destroyed, but she seemed to be unaware of it. She stood in the mud and gasped for breath. When Brando walked over, he saw the little princess wiping her face with her hands. Not only did she not wipe her face clean, but her face was even more messy, like a little cat. She gasped for breath for a while, then straightened her chest and looked at her teacher. At that moment, Brando saw that his student's dark eyes were surrounded by golden flames, and it flashed by. Talent awakening. Brando was shocked and could not help but be stunned. Huang Huo was obviously a sign of the awakening of the talent of fate. She had also used the sword of red lotus hellfire after abandoning her sword. It was obviously related to this talent. The problem was that this was too outrageous. She could awaken the corresponding talent immediately after abandoning her sword? If it was really so easy, then there would be many swordsmen in the world who would abandon their swords. And how old was Huang Huo? Brando could not help but look at his student deeply. He deeply felt what was called the protagonist's halo. Compared with him, a cheater who relied on cheating to awaken the talent of fate, the little princess in front of him was obviously the real son of Martha, the one who was favored by the goddess of fate. Red Lotus Martial Soul. Mr. Liu came back at some point. The bright blade in his hand was still dripping with blood, and the other hand was holding a few black robes. He obviously just saw the scene of Huang Huo knocking down the leader of the sheephead cult. He couldn't help but exclaim and rushed over, looking at his young lady in shock. "Teacher," Huang Huo bowed deeply to Brando, "thank you." After Mr. Liu's explanation, Brando understood what the Red Lotus Martial Soul was, in fact, the so-called awakening of the talent of fate by players. However, in The Amber Sword, the awakening of the two talents of fate by players was inevitable. They only needed to complete the corresponding quest chain to awaken. But for the indigenous people, the talent of fate was an illusory thing. Except for a few chosen ones or very talented geniuses, few people could awaken the talent of fate. And a shortcut to awakening the talent of fate was to become a favored one, such as the Twin Moons family, the son of Martha. This talent of fate was the so-called chosen one, or Brando's chosen one was also one of them. But unfortunately, the gods had long passed away. To become a favored one was probably not easier than relying on one's own talent of fate. The Red Lotus Martial Soul of Nine Phoenix was a special talent of fate. This talent of fate was hidden in the two royal bloodlines of Ghost Chariot and Jade Phoenix. As long as one practiced the Desert Wind swordsmanship or the White Raven swordsmanship, and at the same time was a genius and outstanding person in these two bloodlines, there was a certain chance to awaken the Red Lotus Martial Soul, White Raven Martial Soul. This talent of fate was fixed. Once it appeared, it could allow people to truly master the power of the Red Lotus Hellfire, instead of relying on the Desert Wind swordsmanship to exert its power. This special talent of fate had a higher chance of awakening than a normal talent of fate, but it was still very rare. It was unknown if Huang Hua had been lucky enough to awaken this talent of fate, or if Brando had taught her well. Brando thought it was the former, but Huang Hua and Mr. Liu firmly believed it was the latter. Therefore, the two of them had the highest respect for Brando. The little princess could not help but invite Brando to Nine Phoenix to become her teacher. In Nine Phoenix, the status of a teacher was very high. A teacher for a day was a father for life. If Brando agreed, then with his identity as the Jade Phoenix's inheritor and Nine Phoenix's royal daughter's teacher, he could directly enter the upper echelons of the empire. His status was even higher than many of the royal relatives of the Nine Phoenix Kingdom. However, Brando still declined. To be honest, with his current strength, it was not difficult for him to obtain authority, but that was not what he wanted. He had chosen Huang Hua to be his student mostly because he saw her rare talent. He could teach this little princess. In the future, if he had the chance, he could even go to Nine Phoenix to see her. However, it was impossible for her to stay in Nine Phoenix. He still had a lot of things to deal with in Erewhon, so he did not want to get involved in another quagmire. Chapter 1357. Brando came to the sheephead cult leader's side and looked at the guy's condition. He could not help but smile bitterly. The sheephead cult leader's chin had been completely smashed by Huang Hua's punch. His mouth was full of blood, and he was lying in the mud like a dead fish. How was he going to interrogate him? He looked back at Huang Hua, and the latter stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. "Leave it to me, I have a way to make him talk." It was Fang Qi who spoke. He had walked back with a sheephead cult leader's body in his hand. He probably disdained to do such a thing as stripping clothes. He threw the body in his hand onto a nearby dry mound and said, "You?" Brando looked at this guy in surprise. The big expression on his face was probably because he did not expect this guy to come in handy. He brought this guy on this trip purely because he might need his blood to enter the stagnation realm. "Humph, I don't want to wear those stinky robes." "Aren't you going to Maltaha?" "I won't enter the city. I'll wait for you in the wilderness." "That's your condition?" Brando had a strange look on his face. "You won't enter the city?" "Don't worry, I swear in the name of Ghost Chariot that I will never sneak away alone. Besides, I'm also interested in the mystery of the jadeite." "Well, if you insist." Brando hurriedly interrupted this guy. He lifted the sheephead cult leader from the mud and threw him to him. "We will only stop for a while in Maltaha. You only need to stay in the wilderness for a few hours. When the time comes, wait for us in the south of the town. Don't go too far. I will contact you through the messaging crystal." Fang Qi took the sheephead cult leader and nodded. Although this guy was unsociable, he did have his own means. He quickly got the answer Brando wanted from the sheephead cult leader's mouth. Brendel didn't know how this guy made the sheephead disciple with a broken jaw express his thoughts so accurately, but seeing Fang Chi's expression of disdain to talk about it, it should be the ghost chariot secret. Everyone had their own secrets, so Brendel naturally wouldn't force it. According to the information he got from the leader of the sheephead cult, these sheephead cult members were heading south to Martaha. This was not out of Brendel's expectations as there was only one town in the swamps to the south. He asked Fang Chi to ask the sheephead cult leader what they were going to Maltaha for. The answer was that they were going to Daharlan through Maltaha to participate in a ritual there. Daharlan port was a port city on the sea within the dead moon. It was in the south of Maltaha and was nominally under the jurisdiction of Madara. The owner of Daharlan port was the Holduri family, a dark aristocratic family with a long history. This family firmly controlled Daharlan's port, Chamber of Commerce, and large and small guilds through an organization called Grey Scepter. According to the information provided by the Queen of Madara, the upper echelons of this organization were almost all composed of secret sheephead cult members. The current head of the Holduri family was also a follower of the sheephead cult. When Brando first saw this information, he could not help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that although Madara was abandoned by all for one, it was not a pure land in the country. There were also evil beliefs running rampant. First there were tree herders, then there were sheephead cult members. Every family had their own problems. However, the ritual mentioned by the sheephead cult leader caught his attention. The cultists of Wonde would perform some evil rituals every 2 or 3 days, such as live sacrifice, blood sacrifice, or summoning demons. Of course, the object of the live sacrifice and blood sacrifice was not necessarily human or other intelligent creatures. Livestock such as cattle and sheep could also be used. But often, intelligent creatures were used as the object of the live sacrifice, so it must be a very high-level ritual. It just so happened that the ritual mentioned by the sheephead cult leader was a high-level ritual. The sheephead cult members had spread the news through their private communication channels as early as half a month ago, allowing the sheephead cult members in the Taoki region to gather in Daharlan to participate in the live sacrifice ritual that was expected to be held in 3 days. Brando asked about the content of the live sacrifice ritual, but he got very few answers. It seemed that the leader of the sheephead cult was just a temporary convener. He only knew the approximate time and scale of the live sacrifice ritual, and he did not know anything else. For such a person, Brando had no pity. After asking all the information, he asked Fang Chi to deal with him, so that he could be sent to Martha to repent. However, when Fang Chi pulled out his sword and was about to attack, the man seemed to have realized his situation. He struggled in fear and screamed out another piece of information, intending to exchange for his worthless life. Unfortunately, Fang Chi was indifferent to this and sent him on his way with a single slash. The latter returned to Brendel's side and relayed the last words that the leader of the sheephead cult had shouted. It meant that the leader of the sheephead cult had heard from other people that the ritual was related to the opening of the holy land of Atuk. What is the sacred land of Atuk? Brando asked. No one in the room could answer this question. Brando was a little speechless at Fang Chi's decisiveness, but fortunately, this question was not important. The sacred land of Atuk was obviously a place that only the sheephead cult members knew about. There were not many things in this area, but there were many disgusting people. When they reached Maltaha, there would be plenty of opportunities to inquire about this information. Therefore, after giving Fang Chi an annoyed look, he ordered the others to change into the sheephead disciples' robes. Except for Mr. Liu, the 3 ladies all expressed different degrees of unwelcome to the stinky robes. The Prime Minister's daughter was the first to put on the robes with a disgusted look. Then, she put on the hood and quickly took it off. She immediately took a deep breath, and her face seemed to have paled a little. Then it was Magadal. The nun princess held the robe helplessly with a determined look on her face, as if it was not a robe, but a rope on the gallows. As long as she put it on, she would immediately suffocate to death. Brendel watched as the princess gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind. Only then did she put on the robe, and her whole body swayed twice. Only Huang He remained calm. This little princess even took out a pair of scissors, needle, and thread from her bag. She cut the long robe and made it a size smaller to fit her body. Brendel was a little stunned for a moment. Mr. Liu explained to him that the little princess of the Jade Phoenix bloodline was quite clever with her hands. Most of her clothes were designed and tailored by herself. Brendel couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for this little princess who was supposed to live a life of luxury when he heard this news. But before he finished sighing, he saw Huang He's expression of disgust. She sprinkled layers of spices on the robe, and then covered her face with a silk scarf before putting on the robe. Fortunately, most of the sheep-head disciples were people who hid their heads and tails, and covering their faces was more in line with their characteristics. In fact, Huang He's actions were quickly followed by the two ladies. The little princess seemed to have been prepared, and took out 2 silk scarves and spices, which made Magadal and Delphian very grateful. Seeing this scene, Brando could not help but be a little puzzled. He could not help but lift his sleeve and sniff. Was it really that smelly? As a result, this action immediately made his stomach churn. Even with the level of the perfect body in the sage domain, he almost vomited. Martha above, how long has it been since these damn people took a bath? As for Feng Qi, he had already said that he would not wear these robes even if he was beaten to death. After Brando and he agreed on the rendezvous point, the group split into 2 and headed directly to Maltaha. The teleportation point was not far from Maltaha, and not long after, there were traces of human activity in the wetland swamp. Along the way, they also bumped into a few groups of sheep-head disciples who were also heading in the direction of Maltaha. Fortunately, the sheep-head disciples were more reclusive, and there was not much interaction between different groups. Although both sides had the same destination, most of the time when they met each other, they would just look at each other and guard against the possibility of separating again. At most, they would just greet each other and ask where each other came from. And Brando had already asked the relevant information from the leader of the sheep-head disciples, so he made up an identity. Anyway, no one would investigate carefully. The sheep-head disciples were followers of the demons and chaos, and their actions were chaotic, so there should not be any big loopholes. Soon, the shadow of a town appeared in the mist. The town in the swamp was obviously not too big. Maltaha was a town, but in fact, it was just a temporary stop for travelers on the road to Dahalan. Even if there were some permanent residents, there would not be too many. Therefore, the scale of Maltaha was not much bigger than a village. The town had more hotels than ordinary villages and towns, and it was also for the convenience of passers-by. Of course, in this area, there were no serious pedestrians or tourists, mainly for the convenience of the sheep-head disciples' pilgrimage. Brendel had already inquired before this. The port of Daharlan was the headquarters of the sheep-head cult in the Takik region, and the current head of the Hajalai family was also the Grand Patriarch of this region. The sheep-head disciples were different from the tree herders. This cult did not have an obvious tree-like structure of a high-level organization, and it could be seen all over Wonde. However, the sheep-head disciples had almost no contact with each other, and the chief of various sizes managed the followers in different areas. Most of these chief did not know each other, and it was possible that they would not have any contact with each other in their lives. This was a scattered organization. But since the head of the Hajalai family could bear the title of chief, at least it meant that the head of the Hajalai family was the chief of the sheep-head disciples in the Takik area. Chapter 1358. Seeing the roof appear in the mist, Brando couldn't help but feel a little impatient. What he wanted to do most now was to find a place to take a bath and get rid of the weird smell on his damn clothes. Although the sulfur smell on the robes of the sheep's-head cult members was a way to identify each other, the smell of sweat on the robes and some unknown stench was superfluous. Although he had only been in the swamp for a few hours, Brando was already feeling a little dizzy. It wasn't that he didn't disguise himself as a sheep's-head cult member in the game, but the game was still a game. Although it claimed to be 100% realistic, there were still a lot of things that weren't realistic. Just this little difference made the once naive him almost cry. There were many inns in the town. In the end, Brando chose an inn called Token's Boots that didn't look very good. It wasn't that he couldn't stay in the most luxurious and comfortable inn in the town, nor was it that he didn't want to find a clean and comfortable place to take care of his belongings in this damp and cold place. In fact, when Magadal, the nun princess, passed by the cleanest and most comfortable inn in the town, she almost couldn't walk. His student, Miss Phoenix Flame, also showed a look of reluctance as she stared at the luxurious inn opposite them. She wanted to speak a few times, but in the end, she held back and didn't say anything. Because everyone knew that they were now playing the role of a group of poor and destitute Sheepshead cult members. In fact, like most cults, most of the Sheepshead cult members were poor. Except for a few people, they would obviously attract attention if they stayed in the most luxurious inn. Brando didn't want to attract attention, so he could only bear with it. Fortunately, although the inn was small, it had all the essentials. There was also a slightly clean single room and a place to bathe. The wetland swamp was cold and wet, and for travelers, it was a necessary requirement to have a clean and comfortable bath. Brando first sent the two ladies and his student to deal with his personal matters. In fact, it was to take a bath and change clothes. Fortunately, there was magic in this world, and cleaning clothes only required a little space and a few minutes, so it wouldn't delay things. While he and Mr. Liu went to the hall on the first floor of the inn to inquire about information. After a drink, he asked about some information about the Holy Land of Atuk. As Brando expected, this information wasn't a secret, because the Sheepshead cult members gathered in Tawkike was actually because of this Holy Land. This Holy Land was one of the sealed places of the great demon Akentu. Like the disciples of the Black Flame, the Sheepshead cult members worshipped demons, but they didn't worship all demons. Their real master was actually only one, and that was the King of Purgatory, Sheepshead Akentu. Sheepshead Akentu once led a demon army to invade the surface world, but was defeated by the Dark Dragon. His soul was put into a crystal ball by the Bugas and secretly sealed. The location of this sealed place was unknown after the War of the Holy Saints. There were many areas in the world of Wone that were suspected to be sealed by Akentu, and Tawkike was one of them. Brando then understood why so many Sheepshead cult members gathered in this place. Obviously, the living sacrifice ceremony held in Hardland was to open the seal of the Holy Land of Atuk. This was not the first time such a situation had happened in Tawkike. There had been several other ceremonies in the past, but they all failed without exception. But what surprised Brando was that according to the Sheepshead cult members, the host of the ceremony, the Hajalai family, seemed to be particularly confident in this living sacrifice ceremony. Half a month ago, the Grey Scepter issued a summons to all the Sheepshead cult members in the entire Tawkike area and even the surrounding areas. Speaking of which, it was not the first time he had seen the cult's living sacrifice ceremony even in this world. He had seen such a large-scale ceremony once in the capital of the Cruz people, Rushta. At that time, the host was the tree herders, and the ceremony was quite successful. Not only did the Dragon Queen successfully summon the evil god Frederick, but she also almost used Frederick to kill the Will of Dusk. Recalling the various experiences in the elemental frontier, he could not help but be a little distracted. Fortunately, at this time, Delphian came down from upstairs. She seemed to have dealt with her personal problems. She came to Brando's side and cleverly took over the conversation. She talked to the owner of the inn, who was also a Sheepshead cult member in a black robe, about the ritual and the Holy Land of Atuk. There were few common languages among the Sheepshead cult members. The only common language they had in common was their beliefs, so Delphian's question did not attract any attention. Although the Prime Minister's daughter had never heard of the Holy Land of Atuk before, when she talked about this place, it was as if she had seen it with her own eyes and knew it well. The boss was convinced. Before the conversation, Delphine quickly got more information out of him. The three learned that the Holy Land of Atuk was not in the Tawkike swamp, but in the sea outside Hadland Port, in a sea called the Green Sea. This information immediately attracted Brando's attention. Before this trip, he had learned from Queen Madara that the stagnation realm might be in the central area of the Dead Moon Inner Sea, which was undoubtedly on the sea. The location of the stagnation realm was related to the mystery of the emerald. The sea, called the Green Sea, obviously provoked the nerves of the three people. Brando turned his head. Delphine's face was hidden under the hood, so he could not see her expression, but the Prime Minister's daughter was silent for a moment. She dipped her finger in the wine and quietly made a few numbers on the table. Brando saw that it was the result of a few calculations. The results were the angle of the sun. After discussing with Delphine every day for a month, he was already familiar with it. The location was obviously the Hadland Outer Sea. Brando immediately understood what the Prime Minister's daughter meant. Obviously, she also thought that the Holy Land of Atuk might be the place the mystery of the emerald pointed to, or at least it was related. Otherwise, how could there be so many secret places in this world? After the three of them exchanged opinions, Brando turned the topic back to the ruler of Hadland and the upcoming live sacrifice ceremony. In fact, in any other area of Wonde, the topic of such a cult's live sacrifice ceremony would not be discussed. However, Tochik was obviously such a strange place. This was the true territory of the Sheep's Head cult. Here, beliefs other than the Dusk and the Devil were taboo. When Brando inadvertently asked the head of the Holduri family why he was so confident this time, the hotel owner had a strange look on his face. Brando was stunned for a moment, and then realized that this person might know something. This surprised him. He did not expect to get an answer to this question. Of course, the information that the person had could be unreliable, but it did not matter. At this time, the more information he had, the better. So, after Brando paid the extra money for the drinks, the hotel owner also let go of his mouth. He told the three of them with a mysterious look on his face that his cousin was living in the Hardlands and was deeply trusted by the city lord. Of course, Brendel believed that the owner of this rundown and that looked like it was about to close down due to poor management was a trusted aide of the Hodgelai family's head. The latter continued to tell them that his cousin had sent back a secret message that the Hodgelai family had accidentally captured a dragon. A real dragon, not the kind of dragon that had the word dragon in its name but had little to do with the golden bloodline. Brando did not believe it at all. The dragons in this world were truly creatures that were second only to the gods. Even a young dragon like Alaz was extremely powerful, let alone a real adult dragon. Legendary dragons like Oanlos and Fuchsia were even more powerful to the extent that demigods would tremble before them. A mortal slaying a dragon? That was just a story in the legends. Although there were a few cases in history, the story's owner was not a legendary hero like the Azure Knight. Who was the head of the Holduri family? How could he be compared to those heroes in the legends? Not to mention, the Holduri family dared to use a dragon as a living sacrifice? Unless the followers of the Sheep's Head in the Tajik region were really tired of living, once this news spread, even if it was false, the dragons would probably raze this place to the ground because of the humiliation. But just when Brando thought that he had bought a meaningless fake news with money, there was suddenly a commotion in the hotel. Then he heard a curse from the direction of the hall. "Damn brat, ah!" The voice abruptly stopped. Then there was a scream and the sound of tables and chairs being flipped over. Brando subconsciously turned his head, thinking that his student had gotten into trouble again. He, Mr. Liu, and Delphine pushed their chairs away and stood up. The three of them held the hilts of their swords under their robes. But as soon as Brendel turned his head, he froze for a moment, because what he saw was not the phoenix's flames, but a scene that surprised him. Chapter 1359. Suddenly, a short figure stumbled out of the hall. She ran forward in a panic and repeatedly knocked away the Sheephead cult members in front of her. For a moment, the inn was filled with screams. Just behind the little girl, 7 or 8 Sheephead cult members were roaring and chasing from behind. The short figure's steps were too small, and she was quickly blocked by one of the Sheephead cult members. A sneer came from under the hood. "Damn little girl, let's see where you can run to." Brando couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw this. He had already seen that under the short black robe was actually a little girl. His gaze passed through the crowd and vaguely saw a person lying motionless on a wooden table. There was a faint dark red color spreading under her body. He vaguely understood what had happened. Hey, that little girl is really ruthless. Delphian turned her head and apparently saw this scene. Brando was silent and didn't make a rash conclusion. He only saw that the little girl's body trembled slightly after being stopped, then she looked around. Her thin figure showed a little helplessness. But this helplessness quickly turned into determination. She suddenly turned around and rushed in another direction. Under the crowd's encirclement, she climbed up a wooden table with her hands and feet. She turned around and shouted. Then she pulled out a short sword from under the black robe. Her hands clenched the hilt of the sword. Her knuckles were faintly white because of excessive force. Her body was trembling because of fear, but she firmly pointed the tip of the sword at all the sheephead cult members surrounding her. The tip of the sword flickered with a cold light, forcing the sheephead disciples to fall off their horses. They hurriedly retreated, and soon made a circle of space around the table. Brando heard clearly that the little girl's voice was crisp and pleasant. It was actually the tone of an elf, or at least a half-elf. However, although the voice sounded fierce, the slight trembling of the voice clearly showed the fear and nervousness in the heart of the owner. Do you want to help her? Delphian looked back at him, her eyes moving. Sir? Brando shook his head. Although the little girl looked isolated and helpless, her attire was not much different from the sheepheads around her. She was also wearing a black robe, and a large hood covered her face. Only her delicate chin was exposed, and her face was covered in dust and dirt. She stubbornly stood on the wooden table and faced everyone. Under her thin and weak shoulders, her thin arms under the robe tightly grasped the dagger. The dagger seemed to have been taken from its original owner. Its shape did not match this little girl. In her hand, it looked like a long sword. She could only hold it tightly with both hands. However, at this moment, the dagger's blade was dyed with a dark red color. Droplets of blood continuously flowed down from the edge of the dagger, passing through the little girl's fair hands before dripping down bit by bit. Damn it, she killed Buster. This damned little bitch. The sheephead cult members roared as if they were ready to attack at any time. Brando turned around at this time and asked the innkeeper on the side, "What's going on? It seems that this inn is not as safe as you promised." Damn it, the innkeeper spat and cursed. He originally saw someone making trouble in his inn. He rolled up his sleeves and took out a crossbow from under the counter, but when he heard Brando's question, he stopped. That's Buster's slave. I warned him earlier. Damn it, he didn't listen to me at all. What? The innkeeper hesitated for a moment, thinking about whether to answer this question or not. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on the movements of Brando's hands. He saw Brando take out more than 10 glittering black rose gold coins, Madara gold coins, minted 360 to 371, and line them up on the counter. The innkeeper seemed to have nails on his feet as he stopped abruptly. It was as if there was only this large amount of money left in his eyes. He even forgot to think about how these poor cult members had so much money. He greedily licked his lips and replied, "That little bitch is a living sacrifice brought by Buster. He said that she was a top-grade product caught in the swamp. She is a half-elf. However, I have never seen a half-elf with such sharp teeth and claws. Yesterday, when Mago wanted to touch her, half of his hand was almost bitten off by that little bitch. To be honest, it's the first time I saw someone with such a tough bone, let alone a little girl. Buster and the others beat her half to death, but that little girl didn't even make a sound. I knew that little bitch was a dog that could bite people. Damn it, Buster didn't believe me at all. Now, he lost his life." Brando understood the ins and outs of the matter, and his eyes immediately turned cold. Before the innkeeper could finish his words, he suddenly felt the temperature in his inn drop by several degrees. He shuddered and looked around strangely, thinking that he was hallucinating. At this time, flaming blade Odorfice had already appeared in Brando's hand. But in the next moment, the long sword with dark golden cracks flickered and turned into flames that scattered in the air. At this time, the sheephead cult member finally made a move on the half-elf girl. The little girl raised her head at this moment and clenched her teeth, revealing an exquisite face that shocked Brendel. He almost blurted out, "You're the one who saved me, Medisha." But at this moment, the face that was almost exactly the same as the little silver elf princess, but obviously smaller, was full of despair. The little girl raised the dagger with both hands, and her first reaction was to commit suicide. However, Brando didn't panic at all, because at the critical moment, a crimson flame suddenly flashed in the dark inn. The flame swept across like a dragon, hitting all the sheephead cult members one by one. They screamed as they flew out, then an angry roar sounded: desert, wind, sword, technique, dragon, flame. The crimson dragon with flames coiled around it let out a long roar and exploded in all directions. The inn was in a mess again and again. The sheephead disciples screamed again and again, accompanied by the sound of tables and chairs being overturned, and the sound of wooden boards being broken could be heard. The next moment, Huang Hua's figure had appeared in front of the little girl. The little elf girl was obviously stunned by this scene and even forgot what she was doing. Her silver eyes reflected the golden red light of the fire, and in this light, she saw a girl who was about the same height as her standing in front of her. Her back was facing her, and her clenched fists were burning with raging red flames. Under the light of the fire, her long black hair shone like a river of stars. Huang Hua obviously just came down from the second floor. She didn't even have time to put on her hood. A beautiful and delicate face suddenly appeared. But she was frowning. Obviously, she was extremely angry about what happened just now. A group of cult members was so shameless to besiege a little girl. Such a scene almost made her attack immediately. Huang Hua was the princess of the Jade Phoenix bloodline. Although she usually showed modesty and politeness, at this time, her majesty and momentum were natural. Not to mention the sheephead cult members who were taught a lesson by her, even Brando was a little shocked. He thought that she was indeed the princess of the royal family. With this momentum alone, her future achievements were limitless. For a time, the only people who could still move in Token's boots were Brando and the others. The only one left was the swearing innkeeper. When Huang Hua attacked, the guy's eyes almost popped out. Seeing that his inn had suffered such a serious loss, the innkeeper was furious. He immediately raised his crossbow. But just as he had time to make a move, he felt a chill on his neck. A 3-foot-long sword had been placed on his neck. He suddenly shuddered. When he turned his head, he found that the guy in front of him, who had not spoken, had a sharp sword in his hand. And this sharp sword was now in some kind of intimate contact with his neck. The innkeeper shuddered, and his mind suddenly became clear. Only then did he remember that the 3 people in front of him seemed to have come to his inn with the little girl who attacked later. After understanding this, the innkeeper could only admit that he was unlucky and obediently threw the crossbow in his hand to the ground. Outsiders. They are not our people. There was a scream in the inn immediately. Obviously, the sheephead cult members were not fools. Soon, they realized that there was a problem with the identity of Brando and the others. Immediately, some people pulled out their weapons and rushed over here. Some people were still summoning demons. The inn was suddenly in a mess. For these people, Brando would not be soft-hearted. He took them down with a snap of his fingers. But even so, there were still a few fish that escaped the net. They reacted quickly and rushed out of the inn. Especially a few who were originally at the door of the inn, Brando could not stop them in time. These people either fled or went out to call for help. In short, they were troublesome. Facing such a situation, Brando was also very helpless. He originally wanted to save the little half-elf Loli who looked like Medisha in a low-key manner. But with Huang Hua's attack, they had no choice but to be high-profile. But fortunately, he shrugged. So be it if they were high-profile. Anyway, almost all the information he wanted had been obtained. He did not care about fighting here. With his strength, not to mention a mere Maltaha, even in the entire Takik region, there might not be anyone who could stop him. Besides, even if Huang Hua was not so high-profile when she attacked, he still had Mr. Lu who was eager to protect his master. The unlucky innkeeper actually dared to sneak attack Huang Hua. Presumably, Mr. Liu had tried his best to restrain himself. Otherwise, that sword would have directly opened a bloody wound on the innkeeper's neck. Chapter 1360. Brando frowned and stood up. He winked at Delphian and asked her to go upstairs to see how Princess Magadal was preparing. At the same time, he secretly gestured to Huang Hua, asking her to quickly bring the little girl over so that they could leave this place immediately. But what made Brando a little speechless was that he had asked the ladies to take care of their personal hygiene first, while he and Mr. Liu had not been able to rest for a moment. They had originally planned to stay in Martaha for the night, but now it seemed that they had to leave this place. After receiving his instructions, Huang Hua immediately turned and reached out her hand to the little girl, but when she turned around, she was immediately taken aback, because she also found that the little girl looked like the silver fairy princess by her teacher's side. For Huang Hua's outstretched hand, the little girl hesitated for a moment, and silently shook her head, indicating that she did not need help. Huang Hua was a little surprised, but still nodded. She herself was that kind of independent character, and she could understand the persistence of others. She gestured to the little girl, indicating that she should follow her, and then walked through the fallen sheep's head disciples to her teacher's side. To be honest, she was still a little uneasy, afraid that her teacher would blame her for acting without his consent. Because she knew that there was another mission on this trip, mainly to find the mystery of the emerald. After the previous rush of passion, she calmed down and was only left with bursts of worry, afraid that because of her impulse, she would delay everyone's matters. But seeing that Brando did not mean to blame her, the princess of the Nine Phoenix Kingdom was a little relieved. Brando only looked at his student and said, "Next time before you act, at least make sure that what you are doing is right. Don't define good and bad on the surface." Huang Hua deeply agreed and said, "Teacher, I'm sorry, I know." Brando smiled and said, "Blood of the Inferno, soul of the Red Lotus, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to restrain your character of abhorrence in this life. The talent of fate is not only a talent for you, but also your heart. In fact, my worries are unnecessary. As long as you don't go against your heart, you will naturally reach my height in the future, and maybe even surpass me. It seems like your current fighting style is more in line with your martial path. If there's a chance, I'll give you something." Huang Hua looked confused. She didn't understand what her teacher meant. However, she understood what her teacher meant. Her eyes brightened. She was intelligent and naturally understood the meaning behind Brando's words. He wanted to give her a handy weapon. A weapon that was more in line with her martial arts heart. Then, Brando looked at the little girl who came with Huang Hua. She still had her guard up against them. She didn't take off her hood. When she met his gaze, she just lowered her head quietly and accepted his scrutiny. It could be seen that this little girl still had some unique rejection and indifference towards him, probably because of his previous words that vaguely suspected her identity. However, Brando knew that he was merely teaching Huang Hua a lesson for his student and wasn't targeting her at all. However, he didn't need to care about the little girl's attitude. He carefully sized up the lower half of her face that was exposed outside the hood. The more he looked, the more he could see the charm of Medisha. She was just like a mini Medisha. Besides, through some details, he also determined that she was a half-elf. He vaguely had a guess about her identity, but he didn't voice it out. Instead, he asked in a gentle tone, "What's your name?" The little girl lifted her head and glanced at him. Her silver eyes were full of indifference. There weren't many superfluous expressions on her face. She just stared back at him indifferently. But he could still see the long silver hair hidden under the hood and the sharp ears behind it. "It's not safe for you to stay here." Brando looked up. The rest of the people in the inn were obviously shocked by his previous attack and didn't dare to act rashly. They stayed where they were and looked at them with vigilance. After sweeping a glance at them, he lowered his head and said to the little girl, "We're leaving Martaha soon. Do you want to come with us?" The little girl nodded. However, she immediately stretched out her hand and made a gesture. Brando actually understood it. She was saying, "Wait for a moment." He nodded. The little girl immediately turned around and ran into the depths of the hall. Brando saw her run to the corpse and stopped. She squatted down and untied a belt from the corpse. Then, she put it on herself and wiped her sword on the corpse. She sheathed the sword and hung it on the belt. Then, she searched the corpse for a moment and took out a money bag before running back to them. That incomparably huge, short sword hung on her waist, causing the little girl to stumble as she ran. It was truly extremely strange. Huang Huo was almost stunned. As a princess who was born with a golden spoon in her mouth, she never thought that someone would rob a corpse like this. She never dreamed that the elven girl she saved would do such a thing. However, Brando saw a pair of bare feet under the little girl's robe when she ran. The white soles of her feet were blue and purple from the cold. They were covered with solidified and dried mud and blood clots. He didn't know how long she had been trekking in the swamp. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel compassion in his heart. However, compassion aside, it was obviously not the time to talk. This town was full of sheephead cult members. If he really called for reinforcements, although he was not afraid with his strength, he did not want to cause too much trouble. After all, even if he took action and uprooted all of Tao Chica's sheephead cult members, not to mention whether he could do it or not, even if he could, he did not know how much time he would have to waste. This was obviously inconsistent with his original intention. He looked up and saw Delphine and Princess Magadal walking down from the second floor. They immediately left the inn called Token's Boots. Before they left, Mr. Liu used a karate chop to knock out the owner of the inn, who claimed to be his cousin, who was the confidant of the Lord of Hardlands. Walking out of the inn, Princess Magadal also noticed the fact that the half-elf girl was walking barefoot in the cold mud. She couldn't help but want to carry her, but the latter was obviously very alert. When the nun princess approached, she showed a vigilant look and took a step back. Brando saw this and shook his head. With a flick of his finger, he cast a second circle wind element spell, Wind Wings, on the little girl. The little girl was slightly surprised and found that she was floating. She silently looked at Brando and didn't say thank you. She just lowered her head and continued to walk forward. Magadal looked at Brando gratefully. Before the group of people walked out of the town, they were blocked by the followers who escaped from the Token's Boots. There were a lot of people, about 30 to 40 of them. The leader of the group claimed to be the sheriff of Martaha. However, Brando had already learned some information about this place from the owner of the inn. He knew that this person was a small leader of the followers in Martaha. Originally, this person didn't come looking for trouble, and he didn't have the time to clean up the cancer here. After all, after the defeat of Cruz, the situation in the north of Erewhon was unclear. There was also a conflict between the old and new royal factions. Although Freya brought back his will, he wasn't too sure if she and the princess could deal with the entrenched traditional nobles. Coupled with the matter of the Roman, the most urgent thing in his heart now was to return to Erewhon and begin to prepare to rescue the merchant lady. This time, if it wasn't for the mystery of the emerald and the whereabouts of the nature orb, which was related to the 7 holy swords and the rescue of the Roman, he wouldn't have come here to waste his time no matter what the Queen of Madara said. However, since these people were here, Brando naturally wouldn't be polite. With his current strength, he was almost invincible in the mortal world. Other than the most powerful people, such as the great sage Vara and several hidden masters of the various empires, perhaps only the best of the silver and gold races could suppress him. However, that was merely suppression. Before the guy who claimed to be the sheriff of Maltaha could finish his words, Brando was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. A golden red light flashed in his hand, and the holy sword of fire, Odorfice, appeared in his hand. One move. What? Brando raised his left hand, and more than 40 sheephead disciples were horrified to find that they immediately lost control of their bodies, and then involuntarily flew into the air. Then he waved the sword in his right hand into the air, and a golden red line extended half the length of the town, sweeping towards the sheephead disciples in the air. Supreme Realm. The sheriff of Maltaha screamed, and the shock and fear on his face was as if he had seen the end of the world. But before he could shout half a sentence from his throat, he had been completely turned into ashes with his whole body. And with him, there were more than 40 sheephead disciples who were with him. Mr. Liu and the 3 ladies who were with Brando had long been accustomed to this scene. Huang Hua was even more convinced of her teacher's strength. Seeing such a scene, she only strengthened her determination to reach such a level of strength one day. But for the only outsider, the half-elf girl had long been scared stiff. So much so that Princess Magadal called her 2 or 3 times, but the little girl still hadn't recovered from the previous shock. After that, Brando clearly felt that the other party intentionally or unintentionally kept a distance from him, and from time to time, her eyes were filled with deep vigilance. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that he would inadvertently scare the little girl when he wanted to solve the problem simply. However, although the little half-elf girl showed maturity that didn't match her age in all aspects, but in some aspects, she was naive and cute. She didn't think about it, even if she was far away. If he really wanted to do something to her, how could she escape? But Brando didn't correct the little half-elf girl's deep-rooted self-view, and only took her to the place south of Maltaha where he had agreed with Fang Qi. As they left the town much earlier than the scheduled time, they didn't know if the genius of the Ghost Chariot clan had already arrived there. But in the current situation, it seemed that camping in the wild for the night was inevitable. Brando couldn't help but secretly frown at this thought. Camping in the wetland swamp was not a fun thing to do, especially when they were unprepared. Chapter 1361. Night always fell early before winter. Brando and the others traveled south of Maltaha for 3 or 4 hours before the sky darkened. Winter nights in Tawkike were particularly damp and cold. Although the inland sea area of the Dead Moon did not freeze at night, the ground would become cold and hard. The swamp was filled with fog, there was almost no wind, and there were very few sounds of insects. It was so quiet that it was almost eerie. Occasionally, there would be the sound of water splashing in the darkness. The bonfire was burning, and 1 or 2 sparks would occasionally jump out. The bright yellow light penetrated the fog and could shine far away, but it would also cause unnecessary trouble. In addition to the beasts and ghouls in the swamp, there were also swarms of mosquitoes. Even at this time of year, there were still a large number of mosquitoes in the Tawkike area. The mosquitoes followed the light, and even if they had already prepared insect repellents, it was not very useful. Brando drove the mosquitoes away with his hands, and from time to time used the power of law. Delphine dried fish and mushrooms by the bonfire. These ingredients were all sourced from the local area. The Prime Minister's daughter's culinary skills were unexpectedly good. Everyone present more or less tasted a little, and they all expressed their praise. As a princess, Huang Hua only took a symbolic bite. Her diet was strict, and she maintained the same self-discipline when she went out. However, she suggested that they prepare more in case of emergencies. After all, when they thought of the strange diet of the sheephead cult in Maltaha, everyone agreed. The crimson moon Moya had risen from the horizon in the west, but Fang Qi still had not appeared. It seemed that he would not show up until the appointed time. Delphine took a smoked fish from the grill, then handed it to Brando and pointed her chin in a direction in the darkness. Brando understood what she meant, but he was a little surprised and looked at her. "What, who do you think this vicious woman is scheming against?" The Prime Minister's daughter smiled and asked in a joking tone. "Is that little girl worth your scheming against?" Brando was not polite at all to the Prime Minister's daughter. Although the two had been intimate, what happened on the ship that day had left a barrier in Brando's heart. To be exact, there was no love between him and Delphine, only desire. Since then, because he deliberately kept a distance, even the relationship between the two had weakened a lot. Brando did not know what Delphine thought of this matter. Perhaps she did not care at all, but he cared very much. Every time he faced the Prime Minister's daughter, he felt very awkward. His straightforwardness was also to cover up the awkwardness. Delphine smiled slightly, as if she did not care. She handed over the wooden skewer in her hand and said, "She hasn't eaten anything since coming here from town." Delphian, Brando suddenly said, the crew's empire is currently in an unknown state. We don't even know if your father and grandfather are still alive. I'll tell you the truth, I can't see what the future will be like in the war with the Twilight Dragon. All I can do is protect Erwin and the people around me, and fulfill the promise I made to the Queen of Madara. You should have already seen that I can't give you too much of a guarantee. I can't even become the king of the Wound and rebuild the empire. There was a campfire between the two of them. Mr. Liu was on guard outside the camp, Phoenix Flame had already gone to rest in her tent, and Magadal needed to practice meditation and communicate with her magic. For a moment, there were only the two of them talking in the camp. And then, what do you want to say? I want to say that you don't have to be like this, Brando sighed. You know what kind of person I am. If you want something, you can tell me as much as you can. Although you have caused me a lot of trouble in the past, Medisha and I have seen your efforts in the past 2 months. Let's leave the grudges between us in the past. If you are willing to let bygones be bygones, I can help you like a friend. What I mean is, I will do my best within the scope of my abilities. What you mean is that I don't have to bind myself to you and force myself to smile in front of you every day. I should pursue the path I want, right? That's not what I mean, Delphian. No, my lord, that's what you mean. I know you're pitying me, Delphine replied with a smile. Does my lord think that it's too tiring to play this game of cat and mouse with me, and you don't want to continue? All right, I admit that you are right. But Delphian, the grudge between us originated from a misunderstanding. I have said before that I will not apologize to you for your fiancé's death because it has nothing to do with me. But I can apologize for the damage that I have caused you. Perhaps if we had both taken a step back in Hades, things would not have turned out this way. What about Miss Roman? You don't hate me for what I did to Miss Roman? Delphian asked softly. You don't have to provoke me. Because of what happened to Miss Roman, I wanted to kill you and give you an unforgettable lesson. But after that, too many things happened that I did not expect. Brando shook his head. To be honest, I don't know how to face you. On one hand, you are my enemy, Miss Delphian. On the other hand, I have hurt you. Do you really think that you have hurt me? Brando nodded without hesitation. You are a righteous but naive person, Delphian replied. But you still don't understand what kind of path you want me to pursue. Leaving you and returning to the scheming and deceit of the past, is that the kind of life you think I should live? She shook her head. Why do you think that I am forcing myself to smile? In fact, these days have been the most relaxing and truest days of my life. When we return to the Empire, I don't know what kind of choice I will make. But at least here, I feel real and happy. Brando was stunned. The Prime Minister's daughter suddenly sighed quietly. She put the smoked fish back on the grill and stood up. She took out a blanket from her backpack, walked over, and handed it to Brando. Brando was slightly stunned when he saw the blanket. He remembered that he had covered the Prime Minister's daughter with this blanket in the north of Rosaline. At that time, he thought that she had fallen asleep, but he did not expect that she was only pretending to be asleep. He looked at the blanket in his hand. Delphian had taken good care of it. Even in the swamp environment, the blanket was very dry and tidy. It was also very neatly folded, and every edge was carefully aligned. I am sorry. It is time for me to wake up from my unrealistic dream. In the long dream in the elemental frontier, the terrible things I saw made me weak. Delphine replied faintly, these days, I've given up on myself. That's why such a ridiculous thing happened. I've let my fiancé down, and I've also let my lord down. I thought that mistakes would disappear with time, but I was wrong. I'm still me. Running away can't change reality, Miss Delphian. Delphian shook her head. Sir, you do not need to persuade me. You are right. When I return to Erewhon, I will find my own path. You and Miss Medusa are both righteous people, but this place doesn't belong to me. I shouldn't impose my own ideas on others. Although I used all kinds of despicable means to force you to agree, it's a pity that if it's not your true intention, it's meaningless in the end. I, Delphine, Nydiven's daughter, don't need to rely on others' charity to succeed. Delphine put down her luggage and picked up the smoked fish from the grill. At the same time, she replied, Sir, thank you for not pursuing my mistakes. I will do my best to help you get the nature's pearl. This is the last time I will help you by your side, because this is my apology. I must make up for my mistakes, but I know very well that this is far from enough. If Sir still wants my life, I definitely won't mind. She pointed to her snow-white neck and replied, My head is right here, ready for Sir at any time. Miss Delphine, you know that is not what I mean. The Prime Minister's daughter smiled bitterly. Are you saying that you want to trample on the last bit of dignity I have as the eldest daughter of the Nydiven family? Brando could only keep his mouth shut. He looked at the noble's daughter and felt a little emotional. Perhaps she was showing her true feelings, but he still did not dare to fully believe it, because it could also be another one of her tricks. But even if he knew that this could be an act, when Delphine said those words, he still felt a sense of loss in his heart. However, Delphine did not explain. She placed the grilled fish in his hand and said, Even the most willful and scheming woman has a heart of compassion. She has not eaten a drop of water since noon. Her pouch is full of stones. Stones? Brando was shocked. That is a girl with a backbone. You will not understand her, but I do. Because I see my past self in her, Delphine replied softly. But I am much happier than her. At least I still have family. You are wrong about one thing, Miss Delphine, Brando replied in a low voice. She also has family. I think she has at least one elder sister or younger sister. Their mother should still be alive. Perhaps she is still alive. You know her? Delphine suddenly showed an expression of understanding. She is related to Miss Medisha? Brando nodded. He had already seen this Prime Minister's daughter's mind, so he was not surprised by her reaction. However, he did not continue to explain because he could not be completely sure of his guess about her identity. Chapter 1362. He looked back into the darkness. Far away from the camp, there was another bonfire that shone like a star. That bonfire was so weak that it seemed like it would go out at any time. There seemed to be a lonely and thin figure beside the bonfire. Seeing this, Brando could not help but sigh in his heart. It was not that he did not want the half-elf girl to camp with them, but her vigilance was beyond his imagination. He did not know what kind of experience she had to go through to have such a personality, but she was unwilling to come close to their camp. She was only willing to set up a separate camp a few dozen meters away from their camp. She refused their help. Although it was a little strenuous, whether it was the small bonfire or the simple tent, she had done it alone. Only when Phoenix Fire gave her the canvas and wood to set up the tent did the little elf girl say, "Thank you." But it seemed that she did not realize that the so-called extra wood and canvas were actually taken down by Brando directly from an intact tent. When they started the fire, Brando noticed that the half-elf girl was setting up the tent alone. When night fell, when they were roasting fish, she was still setting up the tent. Now that the lonely figure finally stopped, it seemed that the camp had been set up. Brendel passed through the darkness between the two camps and arrived at the bonfire. This was the scene he saw when he arrived at the bonfire. The bonfire was in a wind stove surrounded by a few stones. There were a few remaining flames in the embers of the dead branches. The half-elf girl was still wearing her tattered sheep's head disciple's robe that was obviously one size too big. Her legs were curled together, one hand was wrapped around her calf, and the other hand was holding 2 or 3 dead branches. She put her head on her knees and seemed to be shivering. Brando understood at a glance. She did not find much firewood. In order to ensure that the bonfire would not go out, she could only maintain such a weak flame. But this little flame was not enough to keep warm in the middle of the night in Talkike. "Why don't you enter the tent?" Brando stood in the darkness for a moment and suddenly asked. The half-elf girl did not notice Brando's approach at all. She was so scared that she jumped up from the ground like a cat. But because she was frozen, she could not stand up and sat on the ground. But even so, Brando saw that her hands were on the hilt of the short sword. I really don't know what kind of life this poor little girl has been living. He could not help but feel pity for her. When he approached her camp, he suddenly realized that the tent she had built was just for show. She did not have any nails or ropes to secure the canvas or the wooden frame. I should have thought of this earlier, but she did not mention it. I thought that since she has been trekking in this swamp for such a long time, she must have something that she can use. Brendel was a little annoyed. I should have thought of this earlier, but she did not mention it. Since she has been trekking in this swamp for such a long time, she must have some corresponding items. He did not expect that he was still lacking. It's not good to be so stubborn. He could not help but frown and said in a deep voice, "Why didn't you tell us?" The other party did not answer. She only held the hilt of the sword tightly. A pair of cold silver eyes stared at him vigilantly from under the hood. She was as sensitive as a cat guarding its territory. She was just a kitten that did not have the ability to protect itself. Brando sighed and did not wait for the little girl to answer. He walked over and set up her tent again. Then he took out a rope from his bag and helped her to fix it. Then he pulled the canvas and fixed it to the ground with nails. The little elf girl did not speak and only coldly looked at his every move. Brando noticed that her body was very tense. It was as if he made the slightest move, she would not hesitate to pull out her sword. Although it might not be to attack him. She knew that she was no match for Brendel, but she did not think that she was a match for him. However, Brando was afraid that she would hurt herself. He looked at her feet that were wrapped with bandages. Originally, Huang Huo wanted to lend her boots, but she insisted on not accepting. She only wanted some bandages. The bandages were not wrapped well enough. Even her toes were exposed. Noticing Brando's gaze, the little elf girl subconsciously shrank her feet. For the first time, Brando saw a look of inferiority on her face. "Where is your sister?" The little girl suddenly trembled and looked at him with an expression of disbelief. However, this expression was quickly replaced by a more serious look of vigilance. She still kept her mouth shut and did not say a word. If he had not heard her say, "Thank you" to Huang Hua, Brando would have thought that she did not know how to speak and was a mute. "It seems that you are indeed the elder sister." Brando nodded. "Did you come here for your sister?" There was still no answer. "You don't have to worry too much. You should be able to see that if we are on the same side as those people, you won't be able to escape, right?" "Thank you, what?" Brando was stunned. Even with his perception, he could not hear the little girl's voice clearly. "Thank you, you." The voice was a little louder, but it was very choppy. It was as if the owner of the voice rarely communicated with others and did not know how to speak. This time, Brando heard it clearly. He looked at the little girl who was wearing a wrinkled robe. Her expression was vigilant and somewhat restrained. He felt very sorry for her. "Is there anything we can help with?" he asked softly. The little girl shook her head. "Even if it's about your sister?" The little girl hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head firmly. Brando suddenly understood. He looked at the little girl carefully and silently put away the sympathy in his heart. He was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, "My name is Brando." "What's your name?" "Ling Teredi Tiamas," the voice said in a small and weak voice. When Brando returned to the campfire in the camp, the Prime Minister's daughter had already recovered her smiling expression. She saw Brando return empty-handed. Her purple eyes flashed with a smile again. "How was it?" "Don't scheme against the little girl." Brando looked at her in annoyance. He knew that the Prime Minister's daughter was deliberately making fun of him. "I put some food in her tent. She will see it. Why don't you give it to her in person? She doesn't have much, but it is very precious. We can't take away that little thing." Brando took a breath and replied. "She is a very cute little girl, right?" Brando looked at her in annoyance. Delphian did not care and only made a gesture to invite him to sit next to her. Brando was stunned for a moment. Then he saw that Delphian had already spread out the blanket that she gave him earlier. Brando hesitated for a moment, but for some reason, he sat down. He felt Delphian's head leaning towards him. The faint fragrance of the young girl's hair lingered at the tip of his nose. After a moment, before he could speak, the young girl had already said, "Are you beginning to doubt the truth of what I said earlier, my lord?" "A little, don't worry, what I said is true. But at least for now, let me dream for a while, okay?" Delphian replied faintly, "Because I am also very tired, my lord." Brando opened his mouth as if he wanted to persuade her, but when the words came out, he could not say it. Reviving the Nidwin family was Delphian's obsession, and how could he not be the same? If it was not because of this obsession, how could he come here, to this world called Woned? Because of this, his two souls merged into one. How could he know so many people and experience so many things? He raised his head, and his gaze followed the rising sparks of the bonfire to the sky. In the hazy night, there seemed to be starlight shining through the fog. The crimson moon Moya hung above the starry sky. It was like described in myths and legends, where the gods used the eyes of the stars to watch this land. That was the fate and pulse of this world. It was connecting everyone together. The crimson moon Moya. Grand Duke Stick turned around from the balcony. Above the surface of the sublime inland sea, which had never changed for thousands of years, a bright moon hung in the sky. The mast stood tall in the dark harbor, but it was silent. Only the sound of the waves could be heard from afar. "Father Ferguson, I'm thinking about a question. I wonder if the moonlight we see today also comes from the magnificent era 1,000 years ago." Chapter 1363. In the center of the Cloak Bay area, Dorbian. The port was built against the mountain, and the gray city wall divided the city into 3 areas from top to bottom. Because most of the building materials were granite and limestone, which were abundant in the nearby mountains, the city showed an overall grayish-black color. The square, the streets, the bungalows, and the churches were all monochromatic, like a thick black print. The city was bustling with people. The black stream of people was slowly moving towards the south and southeast gates of Duo Bien City. Some of the people had already left the city and appeared on the plains south of Duo Bien City. The people were carrying beasts, carriages, and horses of all sizes. It was a scene of people fleeing for their lives. Although there was a negotiation going on in the city hall, in any case, the migration of Cloak Bay was inevitable. The nobles had yet to announce the news, but the lower-class civilians were extremely sensitive to the atmosphere of war. They had long smelled the scent of a storm. Under the dome of the Dorbian City Hall, the negotiations between the two sides had been going on for a whole night. Early morning had arrived in the coastal area. Above the gloomy sea, 3 or 4 sail frigates were floating alone in the distant sky. In the hall, the dispute was getting fiercer and fiercer. Father Demond had almost agreed to all the requests of the Hazel people, including a temporary alliance, making the fleet obey the unified command of the Hazel people, and even the evacuation plan must be included in the other party's overall plan. Correspondingly, the only price that the Hazel people had to pay was that they must join the military alliance with Cloak Bay. You didn't read it wrong. It was a military alliance between Cloak Bay and the Hazel people. Cloak Bay could not represent the entire empire. In the absence of contact with the capital, this was their only way to save themselves. But the focus of the dispute between the two sides was around the core issue of whether to stick to Dorbian. Your Excellency, although the hatred between the Cruz people and the Hazel people has lasted for centuries, today, we are also sitting down to negotiate because we are of the same origin. We are all members of the intelligent creatures. Perhaps after thousands of years, the empire will turn into ashes, and the Hazel people will naturally not be able to escape the trial of time. But our wisdom, history, and the culture we created will still be passed down by future generations after the empire perishes. Father Damon's voice echoed under the dome of the city hall, sounding impassioned. Whether it is the civilization of the Cruz people or the civilization of the Hazel people, they all belong to our world. Whether you and I want to admit it or not, even in the past hundreds of years, our two countries are still deeply influenced by each other. Your magical technology, our art and culture, we learn from each other's strengths. The boundaries of the countries will gradually blur with the passage of time. Perhaps everything that the Cruz people today will become the precious heritage of the Hazel people tomorrow, and vice versa. Dorbian City has a long history. It has been built since the beginning of the Chaos Era. It has a history of 700 years. 700 years ago, a group of merchants came here and built a simple wall to make it convenient for them to store their goods. Later, the city rose from the ground and became the center of Cloak Bay. It is one of the oldest cities in Cruz and the cradle of the Imperial Navy. Every inch of its land has countless legends and stories. The city also has the famous Dorbian Cathedral, which is the treasure of the Cruz people and the entire human world. It is the highest masterpiece of architectural art. These may belong to the Cruz people today, but tomorrow, they will belong to the entire civilized world. If we abandon them easily today, will we abandon everything we have tomorrow? I am not afraid of death, but I just want to say, Your Excellency, there are some things in this world that are worth protecting with one's life. All eyes in the hall were focused on the priest who was once the scepter bishop of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The Cruz people were proud of these words. But no matter how proud they were, there were very few people who were willing to stay and sacrifice themselves for these words. As soon as the priest's voice fell, there was a buzz of discussion in the hall. Damon frowned deeply. He knew that his words could not even convince the nobles of the Cruz people, let alone the Hazel people. He could only hope that the prophet was a real wise master, not these short-sighted nobles who stayed to see the attitude of the Hazel people. The negotiators of the Hazel envoy group were two people, the frontline commander in charge of the attack on Fort Cetos and his spiritual mentor, the prophet Salma. The prophets of the Hazel people were similar to the bishops and priests of the Cruz people, but they had more power. These prophets often also served as spiritual mentors of military commanders. They were only responsible to His Majesty the King and the Great Prophet. This sounded ridiculous, but the Hazel people were a kingdom sheltered by the dragon crystal of wisdom. Their prophets were often wise and knowledgeable people who were indifferent to fame and fortune. Their tradition had never made any mistakes in history. Instead, it made their enemies feel invulnerable and anxious. When Damon was a scepter bishop, he followed the army to the empire's frontline to inspect the Azure Legion. At that time, he wished that the prophet of the Hazel people was a muddle-headed fool. But now, he hoped that the prophet Salma was a truly respected and wise person. Between the two, the frontline commander of the Hazel people did not agree with his opinion. Even if the other party was willing to stay and defend, it was also out of consideration for the evacuation of time, not really to protect the city. According to the Hazel people, they should not give up the precious lives of more people for the sake of a city, especially those elite warriors. They would be the precious strength of both the Hazel people and the Cruz people in the future. Not only were they unwilling to stay and defend Dorbian, but they also asked the Cruz people to evacuate the current defense, leaving only the necessary defensive forces that could delay the advance of the Crystal Cluster army. Not only could Damon not accept such a suggestion, but the nobles of Cruz behind him also could not agree. But this did not mean that these nobles had deep feelings for the city. What they cared about was the attitude of the Hazel people. As Father Damon said, if the Hazel people despised their history and traditions, and even hated the city for historical reasons, because the Cruz Navy had severely damaged the Hazel fleet several times. In the same situation, the Cruz people would certainly not be willing to set up a monument for the Hazel Navy. But such an attitude made the Cruz people feel insecure, because if they had to put their fate in the hands of the Hazel people, then they at least had to first feel the sincerity of the Hazel people. The nobles' opinions were simple and clear, because it was closely related to their own safety. But for Father Damon, he considered far more than that. He also wanted to see the attitude of the Hazel people, but this attitude was not only for the Cruz people. Because he was very clear about the enemy they were facing, in front of such an enemy, it was far from enough to just protect their lives. The two sides argued over such issues, and time passed by minute by minute. After Father Damon finished his speech, he sat back and did not speak again. He knew that this was not a choice for either the Cruz people or the Hazel people. For both sides, they had to make this choice. Otherwise, the next great migration would only be empty words written on paper. Either perish together, or trust each other. At this moment, for two opponents with centuries of hatred, it was a bit difficult to choose. And for the other side of the negotiation table, the Hazel people also felt the urgency of time. 2 months ago, or to be exact, 3 months ago, since the arrival of the fire of heaven, the Cruz people found that their old rival Cruz people suddenly disappeared on the Western Front. Several intelligence personnel who escaped from Russia described the events that happened in the Cruz Empire that day. The Great Prophet and the astrologers of the Tower of Stars and Moon predicted that the Great Prophecy had come according to the fall of the Black Moon. The Hazel people must follow the prophecy and leave their homeland with the fire of wisdom. They must go to the south and be led by a great man to find hope. But the Shirima, the king of iron, turned a deaf ear to the prophecy and the advice of the great prophet. Instead, he thought that this was an opportunity to completely end the hatred of hundreds of years. It was time to give a fatal blow to the Cruz people. Before that, they only needed to defeat the army of crystal monsters wandering around the border of the empire. The Shirima gathered the most powerful army of the Hazel people and went to the north of the Summerhill Mountains to fight the Twilight's minions in the foothills of the mountains. The war lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and the final result was that hundreds of thousands of troops were annihilated. The Shirima himself and his eldest son were also defeated and killed. The elite forces that the Hazel Empire had prepared for decades for the decisive battle with the Cruz people were all gone. When the bad news reached the kingdom, Sharma's second son was appointed to succeed the throne. After unifying the opinions of the elders, the young prince decided to follow the arrangements of the great prophet and leave the homeland with the people to find the hope described in the prophecy. But when the Hazel people went south, they first had to face their old rival, the Cruz people. The Cedos fortress under the Cloak Bay had never fallen for hundreds of years. The king of iron, the Shirima, had tried to attack it more than once, but never succeeded. Chapter 1364. Even the bravest monarch of the Hazel people couldn't cross the walls of Cedos fortress, let alone the Hazel people now. The threat from the north was approaching day by day, and Cedos fortress had become an unavoidable problem for the Hazel people. No matter how many people died under this fortress, it would not solve their current problem. They could not afford to wait for this negotiation either. The hall fell into silence. The frontline commander of the Hazel people was about to speak, but an old man behind him patted him on the shoulder and stood up. Prophet Salma. He had once served as the guardian of the Crystal Temple, and was one of the 3 candidates for the position of Great Prophet. His status was equivalent to the scepter bishop of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, so in this negotiation, he was the one who made the final decision among the Hazel people. "Sir, you are right," Salma said in an old voice, but he sounded more like he was talking to the commander beside him. "In a choice that both sides have to make, it is impossible for us to not pay anything. Justice is also the greatest wisdom." "Lord Salma." Salma turned his head, looked directly into Damon's eyes, and slowly replied, "This city is the precious treasure of the civilized world. If the Cruz people have the determination to protect it, then the Hazel people will not lack this wisdom and courage." But, he slowly changed his tone and said, "We must understand, what is it that we are protecting?" Father Damon did not say a word, because he understood that there was no need for him to answer here. "Sure enough," Prophet Salma continued, "it's not just this city represents our civilization and history, it represents the memories and inheritance of the Kurlutz people, and it will also be a part of our entire civilized world. We will dedicate and sacrifice for these precious things, to protect them at all costs, but not just here." A light flashed in the depths of Father Damon's eyes, and then he said, "What does Lord Prophet say?" "I see that your close friend Duke Diomedes has left the city hall." You have decades of tacit understanding with him, so you will stay and live and die with this city, right? Father Damon nodded. He didn't try to hide this fact. Even if Dorbian had to move, someone had to stay behind to cover the retreat for the refugees. This person could only be either Father Damon or Diomedes. Fate had chosen Father Damon. Although the nobles in the hall had already expected this, when Damon confirmed it, they could not help but discuss again. The hall was a little noisy. But Prophet Salma's voice seemed to be able to drown out everyone's voices. The old man quietly replied, "There is a contract that has been covered in dust for thousands of years. If courage and sacrifice is needed today to reawaken its weight in our hearts, then I am willing to sign my name on it." He looked up at Father Desmond and said, "Our descendants will remember today. Remember that there was a moment when someone shed blood and sacrificed himself to protect the most precious things in the world. I think that with such a spirit being passed down, Father should be satisfied, right?" Father Damon stood. Father Damon slowly nodded his head. As he moved by his action Damon's by Damon Salma nodded his head. "I heard that it's a candidate for the position of the great prophet. Lord Salma is also the most favored successor of the great prophet. You are equivalent to the scepter bishop among us, and the one most likely to inherit the great sanctum, right?" There was a gasp in the hall, and the nobles all looked at Prophet Salma in surprise. Obviously, they did not expect him to have such a high status. Just because of this identity, many people were relieved. Since the Hazel people had sent someone with such an important status to negotiate, it was enough to show their sincerity. But Prophet Salma only replied, "Father Damon, weren't you also a scepter bishop?" "That was in the past," Father Damon replied. "Besides, I have no hope of inheriting the position of the Great Holy See. Your status is far from comparable to mine." He listened for a moment, then continued, "Are you really willing to stay and live and die with this city?" As soon as these words came out, there was a dead silence in the city hall. Most of the nobles then reacted to what the prophet of the Hazel people had said earlier. Most of them could not help but look at Salma in disbelief. Although Father Damon had made an exception first, as the latter said, the difference in status between the two could not be measured by the Tao. "Life is precious, but it is not unworthy of sacrifice," Father Salma said with a smile. Almost every generation of Hazel kings died on the battlefield, and the eldest son of the king was often the same. Although they clearly had supreme power and the possibility of taking over the crown, they all chose courage in the face of death without exception. Because courage is the greatest wisdom. The crystal tells us that only with wisdom can we be brave. Otherwise, it is pointless recklessness. I choose this answer here because I understand that our choice is meaningful. He looked at Father Damon and replied, "In fact, even if the Cruz people did not make such a choice, I would have let the Hazel people do so. But I am happy to see that among the Cruz people, there is also such a farsighted wise man. This shows that the hatred between the Cruz people and the Hazel people is not unresolvable. We have a lot in common. Perhaps in the disaster of the battlefield, we will learn to be tolerant and forgiving." Father Damon, at this moment, I am not acting as a prophet of the Hazel people, but as a friend of the Cruz people, as a friend of everyone here, breathing with this city and facing its ultimate fate. Prophet Salma said loudly, "I would like to ask everyone, do you still remember the covenant between the Hazel people and the Cruz people 1,000 years ago?" The nobles looked at each other for a moment, feeling ashamed in their hearts. They, the children of Dabian, the masters of this city, in front of a stranger who had come from afar, dared not choose to live and die with this city. Many people's hearts were even shaken at that moment, although this only happened for a moment. Soon, the fear of death took over. Perhaps many people, after being shaken at this moment, would still choose to leave in the end, choose to live and save their own lives. But, for the rest of their lives, they would remember this moment. Remember the two people standing opposite each other in this hall at this moment. Remember the story that happened in the last moment of this city's survival. Remember that there were people who sacrificed everything for the glory and civilization of the Cruz people. And this was the legacy of civilization. Father Damon took a deep breath. He had already gotten everything he wanted. He raised his head and looked through the deep dome of the city hall, looking out through the skylight there. The gloomy sky was somewhat dazzling at this moment. The memories of the past seemed to have returned to his heart. He had experienced everything that Diomedes had told him before. It was because this city carried the past and memories of him, as well as the past of many people. It carried even more glory and history. Dabian might become a thing of the past, but this city would not. It would live in everyone's heart forever. And at the same time, it would live forever. It was because of Salma's words that the covenant that had been silent for 1,000 years had been rejuvenated. Perhaps it was still only known as the alliance between Cloak Bay and the Hazel people, but it once had a name, and it was called the Sacred Oath. Perhaps this name would soon be remembered again, and Father Damon believed that the arrival of that day might not be too far away. He slowly sat down and leaned against his seat. He did not remember what he had told the clerk, but this short negotiation that lasted only one night finally came to an end. Both sides were leaving, and the scene was chaotic. From time to time, nobles came up to him to say goodbye. He could not remember the faces of those people at all. The clerk kept the record of the meeting, and then each side took a copy of it and left Dabian. Soon, the Hazel people would join the refugees from all over Cloak Bay and cross the Broken Sword Mountain range to the south to find a real way out. Dittermont closed his eyes and felt his tense nerves finally relax. The Hazel people might be facing a choice between life and death, but wasn't Cloak Bay the same? He had hardly been able to sleep peacefully these days. He did not know about the fiasco that the Hazel people had suffered in the north. He only knew that they had lost all contact with the Empire since the fall of the Black Moon. Without the support of the Empire, they could not possibly resist the invasion of the Hazel people. Not to mention, the north of Cloak Bay had been cloudy for months. Throughout the day, in most areas north of Dabian, pillars of smoke could be clearly seen rising into the sky, and at night, flames could be seen soaring into the sky. No one knew what was going on in the Bankel region and the imperial capital. When he meditated, he could always feel the sea of magic boiling. The power of dusk seemed to be growing stronger by the day. Some news from the north also reminded him of some secrets of the Holy Cathedral. The Crystal Army was obviously the fangs and claws of dusk. However, the scouts sent to the north could not return once they crossed the Little Leaf Hill. The same was true for small fleets. After losing a few corvettes, Duke Diomedes gave up on the plan. The Sublime Sea had just entered a stormy period. In times of peace, no one would dare to enter the sea at this time, let alone when the tide of magic was surging. According to those who returned from the south, the Rokisi Highlands had become a new inland sea. Every road to Anzaruta had been cut off, unless one crossed the Broken Sword Mountain Range. However, the south of Broken Sword Mountain Range was the territory of the Lion Beast Men. Ever since Anzaruta Fortress was conquered by the Lion Beast Men, no one knew what was going on in the Ivory Plains. The way out was completely cut off, and Cloak Bay had become an isolated place in the sea. These days, the shadow of the north was gradually moving south. The imminent threat forced him to sit down and negotiate with the Hazel people. In this negotiation, he not only needed to ensure the safety of Dabian and Cloak Bay, but also the survival of the entire empire and the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Fortunately, for the first time, he was glad that his enemy, or rather, his opponent, was sufficiently wise and clear-headed. He had done his best. Now, the future of Cloak Bay was in the hands of the Goddess of Fate. P.S. The warship our event was written a little late. E5 has passed. Don't worry. Chapter 1365. She's gone. Delphian handed the cloth to Brando and smiled bitterly. Brando took the cloth and saw the words, "Thank you," written on it in beautiful handwriting. Other than that, there was nothing else. The little girl's camp was already empty. Brando thought that he did not notice when she left at all. It seemed that she was not just lucky to be able to travel alone in the toxic swamp for such a long time. Perhaps she had some means of concealing her whereabouts, or a magic item, or it could be an inheritance left by Bai, or a treasure of the Cipher family. But he did not know why she fell into the hands of the sheephead cult. After all, the little girl seemed to be very vigilant and cautious. Brando glanced at the extinguished campfire and opened the tent. It was empty. It seemed that she had at least taken some food with her. This discovery made him feel a little relieved. She shouldn't have gone far, Princess Magadal said with some worry. If we look around, we might be able to find her. Even if she has a tool to conceal her whereabouts, she must not be able to maintain it for a long time. Otherwise, she would not have fallen into the hands of the sheephead cult. Brando put down the tent curtain, but shook his head. If we catch up with her, what can we do? If she is not willing to accept our help, there is no point in us forcing her. Mr. Brando, but I am also very worried about her, Princess Magadal. But everyone has to be responsible for their own choices. I believe that the little girl knows what she is doing. If it were you, would you accept charity from strangers? But that is not charity, we just want to help her. Perhaps in her eyes, it's charity, because she can survive without us. Brendel glanced at the cloth and replied, she's thanking us. She's just thanking us for saving her. But she is still so young. Magadal thought of the scene of the little girl called Ling walking barefoot in the swamp. Her heart clenched. This swamp is so dangerous for adults. She is alone. She will encounter trouble, won't she? Don't worry, Brendel put away the cloth and said, she'll go to Hardlands. It's not far from here, and she won't have to trek through the swamps for too long. I have a feeling that we might meet her again. Princess Magadal nodded. Although there was still some worry on her face, she did not speak anymore. She also understood the importance of this line of work. It was impossible to waste too much time looking for a person aimlessly in the swamp. The sky was already bright, but Fang Chi still had not appeared. Brando was a little worried, not because he was afraid that Fang Chi would keep his promise. After spending so much time together, he knew that although the genius of the Chariot clan had a bad personality, he was a man of his word. He was worried that Fang Chi would encounter some trouble. Tao Chica was at the border of Madara's civilization near the Dead Moon Inner Sea. This wetland swamp was actually another type of dark forest. In this day and age where the magic of chaos was becoming stronger day by day, no one could guarantee what they would encounter here. And Brando was sure that Fang Chi would encounter more trouble than this. Because of this, he decided to go to the meeting point in advance. If Fang Chi did not appear, then they would have to consider looking for a living person in the swamp. But this time, it was not to look for a lonely little girl, but to look for a man who could lose himself. He let Princess Magadal and Mr. Liu help to clean up the camp, while he walked around the camp. Although Brando said that he would not care about the little half-elf girl, he still subconsciously paid attention to the traces near the camp. To his surprise, he did not find any footprints or similar traces of leaving within a mile or two of the camp. This made him somewhat amazed at the powerful effect of the item that could conceal one's whereabouts. The tents were quickly taken down. Brando did not let the others deliberately remove the traces of Shuaing. He was not afraid that someone would chase after them from the direction of Maltaha. If they did, it would be nothing more than suicide. He did not mind killing a few more sheephead cult members. Moreover, it was only a little more than a day's journey from Maltaha to Deharlan. With the support of magic, they might be able to travel even faster. Those cultists from Maltaha could only eat the dust behind them. Everyone packed up their bags and changed back into the sheephead cult members' robes that made them feel extremely uncomfortable. They continued to head south. Until their figures disappeared in the mist of the swamp, the space in the half-open tent in the lonely camp suddenly twisted, and a small figure lifted a cloak and revealed herself. She slowly stood up from the tent and quietly looked in the direction that Brando and the others left. Her delicate face was as expressionless as ever. After a while, she lowered her head and pulled up the hood behind her back with both hands, covering her long silver hair and pointed ears. Finally, only her white chin was revealed. She looked back and silently glanced at her camp and the tent, then began to dismantle the tent. First, she used canvas and ropes to tie up the wooden sticks that supported the tent into a bag. Then, she lifted the bag a little. It was a little heavy. But she only hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and carried her backpack on her back. She glanced at the camp one last time, as if looking for something worth taking away. Then, she turned around, and a small figure walked into the depths of the swamp, step by step. Brando and others obviously did not expect that the little girl would still stay in the camp, or even if they guessed it, they would not turn back easily. As he said, the little girl obviously did not want to stay and drag them down. So even if they found her, she would leave again sooner or later. And even if they forced her to stay, it would only hurt her little self-esteem. In fact, after a short conversation last night, he had already understood the thoughts of the little girl named Ling. Although he might not agree, he knew how to respect this little self-esteem because it was one of the few precious things left of the other party. Thinking of the little girl, and then thinking of Haku and Medisha, he saw more of Medisha's shadow in Ling than their cunning mother. He didn't know how Haku gave birth to such a daughter, or was this pride in her bones actually the nature of the Silver Elves? The group of people silently moved forward in the swamp. If it was said that when they first arrived here, they were still somewhat curious about the surrounding environment, but after the period of curiosity passed, Tao Chica was completely worthy of using the worst language to curse, because this was a muddy pond, a large, gloomy, and cold pool of water, monotonous, dry, and full of danger. The watery grassland was full of undead and skeletons that had fallen into it. From time to time, an ugly and stinky ghoul would jump out and lunge at you. Even if you cut it in half with a sword, the liquid and maggots that crawled in and out of the corpse would make you so disgusted that you would vomit out what was left in your stomach and return it to the earth. However, in the face of battle, the two men consciously took the initiative to take responsibility. Huang Hua tried to fight the ghoul a few times, but after that, she refused to fight again. Although the little princess was tenacious, there were still things that she was afraid of. Those maggots almost made her faint. Other than fighting, trekking in the swamp itself was troublesome. Although Mr. Liu and Huang Hua had the strength of elemental activation, this little trouble was nothing to them. Ever since Princess Magadal's creator, bloodline began to awaken, and with the blessing of the Book of Gaia, traveling in the swamp was not a difficult task. In fact, the Book of Gaia's help to the nun princess was far more than that. Earth magic had the most complete range of travel spells, such as Big Stride, Guide the Road, Bridge Summoning, Terrain Ignoring, and so on. The terrain ignoring could even allow one to travel through lava areas without being harmed, let alone a mere swamp. However, Princess Magadal's magic was limited. Although she had the heart of the dragon, her mental strength was not coordinated enough, and she could not use too much of it. Currently, her magic was only enough for her alone. Although the nun princess did not say anything, she secretly seized the time to meditate and coordinate her mental strength. She probably thought that her magic could not help others in this adventure, which made her feel a little apologetic. Brando had some understanding of the princess's serious and kind character. Among the few of them, the one who had the hardest time was the Prime Minister's daughter, who had been acting as if nothing had happened. Although Delphian was not very strong, she had learned magic and swordsmanship. However, because of the polluted spring of life, these powers had been washed away, and she had become a complete ordinary person. Although Brando had kept her in the Dead Moon card deck, because the Mephistopheles and Andrique were not here, there was no way to reset the card. Therefore, she had been maintaining the strength of an ordinary person. Just as Princess Magadal was worried, even an ordinary adult would have a hard time traveling in the swamp. This was because there were no so-called roads in the swamp. Everywhere was shallow water and muddy land. Once one walked into the swamp, one would not only sink into the mud, but also be surrounded by aquatic plants. If one accidentally walked into a quagmire, without a companion to save them, they might even lose their lives. Chapter 1366. In fact, even if there was no danger, traveling in the swamp was a purely physical activity. It was fine on their first day here yesterday. In fact, including the time they spent in Martaha, they had only traveled in the swamp for half a day. Martaha was built on high ground, and the environment around the town was much better than the depths of the swamp. But today, going deeper into the swamp, trouble came one after another. Coupled with the weakening of her physical strength, Delphian could not hold on any longer. For this reason, Brando deliberately slowed down a step, letting Huang Hua and Mr. Lu walk in front. He came to Delphian's side and looked at the sweaty, almost exhausted daughter of the Prime Minister. He could not help but shake his head. No wonder she said she saw his shadow in Ling. At least in terms of putting on a brave front, the two were indeed the same. "Sir, are you dissatisfied with this vicious woman's dragging speed?" Sensing Brando's arrival, Delphian smiled weakly and self-deprecatingly before he could speak. "Do I have such a sinister intention in your heart?" Brando replied unhappily. He had intended to help, but he was still a little dissatisfied with the way she described him, even though he knew that she might have done it on purpose. "Isn't that so?" "Sir, aren't you deliberately trying to drive me away from you?" "In fact, I also understand that men are like this. After they have had their fill, they throw a woman who has lost her value to the side and let her fend for herself." "What do you mean by, have your fill?" Brando almost stepped on air and staggered. Why was this saying different from last night? He could not help but stare at this woman a little dumbfounded. Delphian looked at his dumbfounded expression and could not help but laugh. She was originally the first beauty of Rushta. Although she had a bad relationship with Brando before, at the moment when she let down her guard, at least this smile made Brando realize that she was absolutely worthy of the title of the flower of the capital. The Prime Minister's daughter had a slender figure, and her snow-white neck was extremely beautiful and dazzling. Even wearing the sheep's head disciple's robe could not completely hide her beauty. When she smiled, that kind of warm smile seemed to overflow from her purple eyes. This kind of warmth could infect people's hearts, and Brando could not help but feel a little moved in his heart. But this slight movement also made the alarm bell in his heart ring. He could not be blamed for being timid. It was really because of her previous bad behavior that made him feel a lingering fear in his heart. But he could not do anything to her. In fact, after these days of getting along, especially after she had sincerely helped him many times, and after the long conversation last night, he understood that he could not simply decide whether she stayed or left, or even whether she lived or died. "I'm just joking with you, sir," Delphian pursed her lips and smiled. "Of course I still remember what I said yesterday. I made you hate me, so I will definitely leave when the time comes." For some reason, when he heard her say this, Brando did not feel as relaxed as he originally expected. Originally, he should be happy to get rid of this scheming woman. Even if he was not happy, he should at least feel relieved. But for some reason, instead of feeling relieved, he felt a little uncomfortable. The Prime Minister's daughter noticed Brando's expression and smiled slightly. She seemed a little happy, but her expression quickly dimmed. Originally, she wanted to tease the Count of Tonagel a few more words, but when the words reached her mouth, she was not in the mood to say it again, so she remained silent. "Do you need help?" Brando was silent for a moment before he asked dryly. "How do you plan to help me, sir? Carry me forward?" The Prime Minister's daughter's eyes turned and she asked. Brando thought for a moment and felt that this suggestion was a little stupid. If he carried the Prime Minister's daughter forward, it would not be of any help to her current situation other than taking advantage of her. At first, he wanted to lift her up and fly, just like what he did to Insursta and Fang Qi, but he suddenly realized that his idea was a little thoughtless. At least, it was too rude for a lady. Being overcautious doesn't seem like something the Count would do. Delphian replied. "Sir, where is the courage you had to challenge the Empire during the Battle of Ampere Seal?" Brando glanced at her and suddenly approached her. He bowed slightly, put one hand under her knee, and the other hand holding the Prime Minister's daughter's back. Then, he straightened up, and in the Prime Minister's daughter's cry of surprise, carried her horizontally and flew forward. Delphian probably did not expect Brando to do this, and a rare look of surprise appeared on her face. But she curled up in Brando's arms, hesitated for a moment, and did not speak again. She just silently pressed her cheek against the latter's chest. "Count," she whispered. "If one day, I can no longer survive in the Empire, will you take me in? As a friend, the Abyss domain will always open its doors to you." "Thank you." Delphian's eyes flashed, but there was some regret. After an hour or two, Brando and the rest finally met up with Fong Chi south of Maltaha. Although this guy did not lose him, as Brando expected, he did not have a good night in the past. The first problem was the mosquitoes in the swamp. This seemingly insignificant problem was, in fact, the biggest problem for travelers in Teokike Swamp at night. With the perfect body, as one's strength increased, so would one's physique. The strengthening of one's physique could strengthen one's immune system, greatly increasing the body's recovery ability and resistance against various diseases and toxins. A strong physique would allow one to be completely unafraid of being infected by mosquitoes. In fact, the invading bacteria and foreign proteins would be completely wiped out by the immune system before they could even pass through the first line of defense. Unfortunately, not being infected by diseases was one thing, but the necessary steps would not be missed. The skin would become red and swollen, and although it recovered very quickly with the support of elemental strength, it would still cause discomfort and itching. No matter how strong Fong Chi was in terms of elemental strength, as long as he had not reached the last step of the perfect body, he would inevitably have to face these problems that ordinary people faced. Brando knew that this egomaniac had not made any preparations before entering the swamp, which was why he was so strange when the other party made the request yesterday. They had suffered so much last night even with the help of insect repellent, not to mention this guy had spent the night alone in the wild. He could only imagine how miserable this guy's situation was. In fact, he was not afraid that the other party would escape alone, and that was one of the reasons. When Huang Hua saw Fong Chi's face, hands, and exposed skin in front of them, she could not help but laugh. In Brando's eyes, this guy's outfit was like a terrorist from his previous life. Under the hood, only a pair of eyes could be seen rolling around. He even glared fiercely at Brando, probably realizing that he had been tricked again. "You damned guy," Fong Chi saw him and could not help but say, "Did you deliberately not warn me?" His voice was a little muffled under the hood, and even Princess Magadal could not help but look over, wondering what kind of inhumane treatment this guy had encountered. Only Delphian, who had just broken free from Brando's arms, had not calmed down yet. Her face was a rare shade of red, and she did not have the leisure to notice what was happening here. Brendel snickered in his heart. He was very familiar with Fong Chi's outfit. In his previous life, when he first ventured into the swamp, he didn't look at the guide posted by his senior sister on the BBS. As a result, he forgot to bring some necessities and traveled in the swamp for less than 2 days. At that time, he was dressed exactly like Fong Chi. As a result, he was laughed at by the other members of the exploration team for a long time. Regarding his experience at that time, Bai Jia only had one word: "You deserved it." And now, this was what he wanted to say to this egomaniac. "Remind you of what?" he asked. Fong Chi quickly pulled off the scarf covering his mouth, but suddenly realized that he was no match for him, and could only bitterly say, "Give me the insect repellent." Brando shook his head, but did not make things difficult for this guy. In fact, if Fong Chi had taken the initiative to ask for it a day ago, he would not have hidden it. But since this genius was so arrogant, he did not mind teaching him an unforgettable lesson. After this episode, Fong Chi seemed to have finally realized that he was not omnipotent, or that he had taken advantage of others. After receiving the life-saving gadget from Brando, this genius finally stopped acting alone. As Brando expected, the map given to them by Queen Madara was very detailed. Although the road between Martaha and Hardland was muddy and difficult to walk on, it was not too far in a straight line. In some places, there were even trestles built by merchants in the swamp before the year of the Dragon King. In fact, before the Sheepshead believers occupied this area, Hardland was once inhabited, but that was nearly half a century ago. At present, most of these trestles had been weathered and rotted in the swamp, and only a few remained, serving as road signs for travelers. Following these artificial road signs, the group arrived at Hardland the next morning, but the closer they got to the port in the south of Tokik, the more sheepshead believers they encountered along the way. It seemed that what the innkeeper and Martaha said was true. This time, the sheepshead believers held a large-scale live sacrifice ceremony in Hardland, and the sheepshead believers in several nearby areas were inspired and gathered here. In fact, when they trekked through the night, they met several groups of sheepshead believers who were also traveling at night. Although the two sides did not have much interaction, from the way the sheepshead believers dressed, Brando found that some of these sheepshead believers did not seem to be from the area around the Sea of the Dying Moon. This showed that this live sacrifice had been prepared for a long time, and the news had been spread for a long time. However, this was obviously not good news for Brando and the others because they were not here to participate in this nuisance of a live sacrifice, but for the mystery of the jadeite. They were not looking forward to this live sacrifice ceremony at all, and they might as well destroy it. But the many sheepshead believers gathered here were a problem. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.